Happy Friday, my lovelies. Welcome in. Hello, Valentine. Hello, Lucio. Hello, Ali. Hello, Galactic Library. Welcome in. I hope you're okay, Lucio. Happy Friday. Happy time zones. I hope you've all had a good week. I am... I've got so many things I need to do. I'm feeling better this week than last week, so that's good. But yeah, it is con crunch time. It didn't need to have been con crunch time, but I decided at the last minute I wasn't gonna make the van braces for one of my cosplay, which is like lower arm wrist armor, and then at last minute I decided yeah, well, actually I want to do that. So I was making those yesterday, and then I still have to, I made a list. Sorry, I was looking at the cup and I'm like, stuff fell off. Let me just fix that. That's gonna be a problem. But, yeah, so today we're streaming. I've got, because also I have to, like, queue up a bunch of audios because... For those who aren't aware, I will not be here Friday to Monday because Comic-Con. So, I will not be streaming next week either. But it means I've got to have a bunch of... I mean, I should already be weeks ahead in my audios. I've just been running a bit behind lately. But get, essentially, audios and videos edited like a week in advance so that things are still posting while I'm away. So I've got like 2 thumbnails I need to draw. I've made myself a whole list. So today we're streaming, gonna finish drawing a thumbnail for an audio, and then with whatever time we have left on stream, I'll do some art fight stuff. I have been a little neglectful of art fight, I'll be honest. I was gonna draw for art fight every day, and then last week I just felt really sick. And also just like not hyper fixated, but like just like not like caring anymore about art fight. I'm like my motivation and I'm gonna get so much art fight done lasts for about a week, and then I'm like I can't stay focused on a project for more than like a week or two, and then I have to like move on to the next project. It's really hard for me to do things long term. So we're doing the thumbnail, stream it, and then after stream I need to prime a dagger I've made. It is a replica of Loki's dagger from Thor the Dark World, because I'm cosplaying Loki, but what I've decided... I was originally going to cosplay Dark World Loki, and then I, chickened out, because I was like, no, I'll not look good enough, I'm too nervous. So I didn't get that cosplay sorted, and I was going to do something else, but then I decided I don't like the something else I was going to do. So now I'm kind of, so then I'm like, well, now I'm kind of screwed, because now there's no time for me to get together a Dark World cosplay. This con's in like a week. So I was like, well, you know, I have this President Loki cosplay I threw together years ago, like when the Loki series was like halfway out, so I'll just wear that. I can just wear that. But honestly, the more I think about them, I'm like, I don't want people to think I like the Loki series. So, what I'm gonna do, we're still gonna go as Loki, because I want to be able to do not cosplay D on the Saturday so that I can have a cosplay that's more like normal clothing, so I can carry bags and do all my shopping on the Saturday, and then wear like the armor on Sunday, and then I don't need to worry like how am I gonna carry a bag on my back or my shoulder when it could break, or my costume. It's like I just won't be carrying one because I won't have a need to. I'll buy everything on Saturday. So, I'm just gonna go, like, casual Loki again. I'm just gonna dig through what I've got in my wardrobe, because I have the Loki helm. So whatever I wear with the helmet, the helmet's all you need to be Loki, right? Like, I don't want anyone to think I'm Lady Loki, though, because I'm, like, not wearing a wig. That's my one fear, but, you know. Yeah, I'm just gonna like dig through my closet and find what I have. I do have a couple pieces. Hot Topic used to do these collections of Marvel clothing, not like t-shirts with Marvel characters on, but actually like proper pieces of clothing that were themed around Marvel characters. So I have the Loki like cape blazer from that, and the only thing that gives it away that it is Loki, other than it being like, it's like black, it's got some green trim on it. The only thing that actually like gives it away is this one tiny little like pin coin with Loki's helm on it, but you can't even see that from a distance. So I'm like, well, I could wear that. I've always wanted to wear it out and haven't. Let me see if I can find pictures. And I'll wear the helm, and then I guess I'll just, I don't know, I'm just gonna wear a fucking suit, and I'm just gonna wear something that I think is, basically, I'm gonna go Loki core, and I'm not gonna, do President Loki, because I don't want people thinking I like the Loki series. I don't want photos of me dressed as something from the Loki series. I very passionately dislike the show for its transphobia, and I know that I will not like looking back at photos of the con if it looks like I'm, like, supporting the show. But I knew I wanted to make a dagger the whole time anyway, because I like having a prop. So... Sorry, I didn't unmute my microphone muted itself. I don't know what the last thing you guys heard me say was. I was still talking that whole time. Oh no! Oh no, I don't know what the last thing you guys heard me say was. Well... I don't want to say everything again, and then I like annoy people for repeating myself. Shit. I guess I'll just say it again, because I don't know where I got cut off. We're streaming today. I gotta get a thumbnail drawn. And then afterwards, I gotta prime... the dagger that I made. Paint it, priming as in painting it white, because it is, parts of it are brown cardboard, so I need to paint it white before I paint it with a colour. Tomorrow we're streaming Magma. I gotta try and record audios as well. Sunday I gotta paint all the props that I haven't finished painting yet. Monday, Etsy orders, because that's Monday, Tuesday I always do Etsy order work. And then I gotta draw another thumbnail. I also gotta seal all my cosplay pieces. The Tuesday, Etsy work, and also I need to work out what the fuck I'm wearing as Loki. I hope at least the whole rant about that, like, I'm just gonna go, like, casual Loki was said before my mic turned itself off. Wednesday I need to record some more audios, I need to get my laptop set up, and then Thursday I need to pack my suitcase and try to do some more recording. And then it's con time. Also somewhere in all of that I've got to edit and upload, like schedule the uploads for the videos that well, obviously for Wednesdays, but also I won't be here when Saturday's audio goes up, so I've got to schedule all of that well in advance, and ideally also schedule the Wednesday after, because I'm gonna come home on Monday and be pooped, so I don't want to come back and then be like, I've got to record, because there's a chance that I might have lost my voice. It has happened. It's only happened once after con where I've lost my voice, but once is enough for me to be like, I need to make sure that I've got a week's worth of audios already recorded and ready to post for at least the week after the con, in case I ever lose my voice again. But yeah, I don't even know what I'm wearing as Loki yet. I haven't worked that out. I guess they do still do this collection, huh? So I have a couple pieces from Hot Topic's Her Universe collection, but when I bought them, I mean, I would not buy from Hot Topic again. I mean, I don't know much about Hot Topic as a brand. It's not for anything like that. It's just 'cause we don't have Hot Topic here, and I just really wanted these pieces of clothing, because I'm a Loki boy, and wow, shipping was expensive, and import fees were expensive. It was like 40 bucks shipping, and then I think another like 20 in like other import fees and stuff. And that was like 8 years ago, so it'd be even more expensive now. So it's like, yeah, I'm this was like, it was like a one-off treat. I can't find a picture though of I've had a picture of some of this stuff. Let me switch screens. So this collection's from like 2015, that dates it, huh? So it's not like t-shirts with Marvel stuff on, it's like fashion but like Marvel themed, if that makes sense. So I do have the Loki dress. That's not what I'm gonna wear, because like I bought this back before knowing I trans, I boy. So not that, like, look, occasionally I feel fine wearing a skirt. It's just, like, I tend to just wear, like, if I want to wear a skirt, I tend to just wear it in the house because it's hot and I don't want to wear shorts. I don't go out wearing skirts anymore. Not because, like, I'm not that insecure in my masculinity, but, you know, like, I'm 10 times more likely to get misgendered. I'm not that- I prefer wearing pants. It's very rarely that I want to wear a skirt, but, like, even then it's like, no. I'm gonna get misgendered the whole time. I don't want. Also, it's uncomfortable, that dress. And if I ever wear this now, like the last time I wore it, I just wore it as a skirt and tucked like the halter top neck, like down inside the skirt, because like I don't know, like halter top, like you just like you have to, there's these two massive ribbons and you have to tie it behind your neck. I had a fucking bruise. I wore it when I was like it was like the fanciest dress I had. I wore it when I was like 17 to go to the theater for the first time on this trip I was on with college. So the first time I ever saw a musical live, I saw Wicked. I was wearing that dress, but boy, it hurt. It's stinky. But it got Loki helms around the bottom. And then I also have this jacket, which is like a little red bomber jacket, and it says Stark Industries on the back. And then it also says like Tony on the front. It's a cute little jacket. And it's pretty, like, as much as this collection's meant for like girls, that jacket is a pretty gender neutral looking jacket. Hot Top's with the Tycons undone? Yeah, I mean, I knotted it real tight. I was the whole time I was wearing it. I mean, I didn't know I was trans yet, that was a point in my life where I was like, maybe if I dress, I know a lot of transmasc people who've had this as well, where you go through like your hyperfemme phase. You realize that like you're realizing that you're not comfy with like what you look like in your body and stuff, but you don't really know why. So you try and like, maybe I just need to go like full on be as girly or as feminine as I can. And like I'd never been I wasn't interested in wearing dresses before I realized I was trans. I didn't like wearing them. I still don't like wearing them. And I didn't like the idea of showing off that much boob, but I just thought, I don't ever feel attractive. Maybe if I wear dresses that show boob, I'll find myself. No. So, that was, you know. I don't know the hallway. I'm trying to find a picture of the blazer, and I can't find it. I'm finding swim. Oh, there we go. That's a picture of it. Is there another pic of it? Is that the only pic I can find of it? Oh, there we go. Okay, the only reason I don't trust going on Google Images when I'm... Apparently there's like low-key bikinis, which is interesting. There's also like, I hate dresses like this. I'm like, this is shit. This is shit. Like, you put no effort into this, where it's literally just like printed on, like, that's what he wears. I'm like... That's so lazy. It's, like... And the print's not that good quality either. But, so this is you can't really see. This is the blazer. It's like a cape kind of blazer. If that makes sense. Like, it has armholes to put your arms through, but then it also has this cape. It's lined with green. It's got, like, green trim around the, lapels, and then here, which you can't see, oh, that's as far as I can zoom in, here, where my mouse is circling, there's a tiny little gold circle, and it has Loki's helm on it, like a tiny little coin, but it's like sewn to the blazer. I'm thinking I'll wear that. I've never worn it out, because anytime I think, maybe I'll wear this, green's not the... I don't like to wear green. And I get self-conscious that it's like too much. So I've never worn any of my capes out because I get too scared. I had another Loki dress as well, I forgot about that. That I bought because I thought it would be really cute. I'll try and find a picture of it. And it wasn't. It fit horribly. I mean, I think I bought a size too big. I still have it purely because it's like a nice fabric, and I would like to, I was like, well, I'll try and use- oh my god, I know I got both of these things! Okay, well I forgot. So I got both of these. I forgot about that. I think I completely forgot because I do not have this shirt on the left anymore. I completely forgot I owned it. Obviously, I must have thrown it away. Because as I got rid of a lot of t-shirts and stuff because if, you know, you guys who like see me on TikTok and stuff, I only like wearing like suits and button-ups and like historical fashion is how I like to dress. So none of this is like my style anymore. But the dress on the right, it did not look good on me. It did not fit me. And then obviously I realized, stop trying to force this was still in my phase of like, I'm gonna buy dresses because maybe then I'll feel comfortable being a girl. It's like, no. No. Like, so, it was still the phase of me trying to force myself to wear dresses. But it's like, I thought it would look cute. It didn't. It sat really weird on me. But it's like velvet. Or like a fake velvet. It's a weird, and it has, like, the actual fabric is loads of tiny little Loki helmets. So I still have it, because I was like, maybe I could make it into something, because I don't want to wear it as a dress, but it seems like a waste to get rid of the fabric, since it has all these tiny little Loki helms printed into it, you know? It also was not a comfy fabric to wear. They should have lined it. The raw insides of it, not comfy for someone with eczema. But yeah, I figure I'll wear the blazer. like a suit, I guess. I guess I'll figure it out. I didn't know they did pants at one point. I am intrigued by these. You have one velvet needle lining, yeah. They didn't line it, so the seams on the inside of that thing were so uncomfy. I'm intrigued by the fact that they did Loki pants. I kinda want the Loki pants. Apparently there's like multiple like bikinis as well. I'm like, what the f— there's this dress, there's also this dress. I mean, I think like this stuff I like better as like fandom wear rather than like a t-shirt with something on, or like this. I much prefer something like this, where it's like an actual garment. I actually really like that fabric. But it's like an actual garment, but it's like subtly fandom, or like the fabric itself is like fandom themed rather than it being like a t-shirt with a picture of the guy on. That's actually really cute. So yeah, I gotta figure out what to wear. Jesus, there's so many of these. Why are there so many of these? I guess that topic didn't stop doing them. So yeah, I got all the stuff I need to do. And hope that I have enough time. I don't think I've ever still been making a cosplay so close to when a con happens before. But that's what you get when you last minute decide that you're gonna make part of the costume that you originally hadn't planned to make. Is this thing dry yet? I can show you guys the show you guys progress proof. I have been doing stuff even though like my sleep schedule's so bad at the moment. I keep waking up at like 11 AM and dragging myself out of bed at like 12 or 1 PM. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm not like going to bed at like 5 or something, so I'm like either I sleep through all my alarms or I wake up to one alarm and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's really, you know, and I have alarms that, my alarms go off like every 15 minutes. So I wake up to one alarm and I'm like, oh, 15 more minutes, I'll get up at the next alarm. And then I sleep through all the rest of them. Ali, you gonna cosplay Ghost? God damn it. I was like, I have to... Don't, because I was gonna say, like, don't make me want to go to the USA MegaCon, and then I was like, wait, actually, no, because isn't it in Orlando? Like, no offense. You couldn't pay me to go to Florida. But I hope you have... Is that chipping? Oh no, I think it's fine. Whew, I thought my sealant was... Whew. It's San Diego Comic-Con at the moment. I didn't even fucking realize. I forgot that shit happened. Obviously it'll be quite different. Pretty much to its steamy side. Well, I meant because as a trans person, not to, I'm not gonna get into things, but you know, as a trans person, the only place I am gonna ever visit in the US is California. That is the only state I will ever feel safe in. It's not the only, like, green state for trans people, but it is the only state that is actively, you know, there are other states that are, you know, like, I'm pretty sure New York is fine and stuff, but, like, California pretty much goes out of its way to be, like, extra safe and saying that it is trying to make itself, like, considered itself, like, a safe haven. It's not just because that's where my girlfriend is, it is also the safest state for trans people. To my mind, it's the only actual safe state, and even then, I still wouldn't see it as, like, super safe. Like, don't get me wrong. It sucks in the UK, too. Like, people call this Turf Island over here, but, like, it doesn't feel as unsafe to walk on the street here as it to me. It's scary over there. Scary over there. I don't know what cons happen in California. I don't know if I'd ever go to a con in America. I wouldn't go to America just for a Comic-Con. It would have to be like, I'm visiting Julia and there happens to be a con on somewhere at the time that I'm there, you know? I don't know if I'd go to San Diego Comic-Con though. That's what I was saying, right? So it's San Diego Comic-Con at the moment, which I forgot about. So there's going to be a lot of announcements coming out over the next couple of days of like new shows and stuff. It will also be kind of different because obviously what with the actors strike, actors legally aren't allowed, well, actors who are part of the union aren't allowed to now, not just like act, you know, and be filming, but also can't promote any movies or stuff that they're in. So no actors will be at panels. I don't know if they'll still be allowed to, I would think that they'd still be allowed to do like photo ops and autographs if they want, but panels, advertising new movies and stuff coming out is not, at least with writers and actors there, isn't gonna happen. Anyway, I'm excited for Fiona and Cake. I had no idea about that. I don't think Marvel was planning on doing a panel anyway, and I heard that like they don't really have a lot of new stuff to announce anyway, and I'm like, that's really stupid because they have a thing that they should announce, and that's a season 2 for Moon Knight. It's the only Marvel property I care about anymore. And I feel so bad because Oscar Isaac put his heart and soul into that, and he's, you know, trying to, so I think, I'm not saying that the writers didn't care about trying to be supportive of people with DID, but I feel like Oscar really was like, yeah, no, I gotta do this right and make sure that it's good representation, and is like so on board with like people who had canon Steven as autistic, and I mean, you know, and the fact that he loves playing Steven. He said before like Steven is like one of his favorite roles that he's played, and where's season 2 of Moon Knight? But I feel like so many Marvel fans just didn't watch it or didn't give it a chance. Like, the Marvel circles that I know and that I see tend to be very much, they're either like the Loki stans or the Wanda stans or like the Sam and Bucky stans, right? Or like the Black Widow, Yelena stans. Those are like the 4 that I see all around Twitter all the time. And I don't think any of them gave Moon Knight a chance. Like... And, like, so on my Etsy, I've always sold, like, a lot of Marvel fan merch and a lot of Marvel pins. And there's a lot of, like, Marvel pin collectors, because there are Disney pin collectors and Marvel pin collectors who, like, these people, especially on Instagram, who collect, like, every Marvel pin they can get their hands on, like, fan-made, enamel, wooden, acrylic pins. And so many of them, like, followed me and were snatching up every, like, Avengers pin that I did. And then I do Moon Knight, and then I'm not saying, like, I'm judging that Moon Knight didn't do well because I didn't sell very much Moon Knight fan merch. But, like, it was strange to see, like, to go from selling, like, hundreds of pieces of Loki stuff, because I sell, like, 500 of one of my Loki pins, right? To then, like, 10 Moon Knight pin. I'm like, huh? I don't think, I just, and none of them none of them branched out into collecting Moon Knight stuff. I'm just like, oh, they're still just... Stucky? Okay. Why? And then that makes me wonder, like, why didn't you give it a chance? Like, what's the difference between, like, something like Moon Knight or, like, the Loki series? Like, or WandaVision, I'm like... Cause I'm like, is it because it deals with mental health? But WandaVision deals with mental health, technically, as well, though. Wanda's not doing well, you know? Is it because, like, it's not tied in? It's not, it's a new character that they'd have to get invested in? Like, don't get me wrong, I've got Marvel burnout. But that's why, like, I'm just not following the Avengers anymore, because I'm like, I can't do it anymore. are they just like, are they having a little bit of Marvel burnout where they're like thinking they can't get invested in a new character? But I'm like, but at one point, Bucky was a new character you didn't recognize. You know? This is, But if it was like, I don't know, if it was if it had been a new Marvel movie in cinemas, would people have gone? I don't know. When's the last time we had like a new Marvel property movie? I know they're doing like they're wanting to do that new Fantastic Four one, right? So I guess that'll be the test. Because so far it has been a lot of like sequels and stuff. They haven't introduced like a new Marvel movie character in quite a while, huh? Like what was Spider-Man and Doctor Strange are like the most and Black Panther like the most recent new quote-unquote, and even that, like what? Doctor Strange like 2016? Which, I mean, I guess so, because I mean there's a lot of other Marvel series that came out that people didn't watch, but to be fair, they weren't being made by Disney. Like the fucking... Did they do an Inhuman series? Or they're working on an Inhuman series, and then there was, there's a Secret Wars series out at the moment that... But, although Secret Wars does use, like, Nick Fury and characters from the show, but, like, I don't know if anyone's fucking watching it. Or, like, there's, like, a Runaways series, all these ones that, like, weren't made by Disney. I think some of these were done for, like, Hulu. But it just felt strange that Moon Knight got missed out when it really felt like... But loads of people watched WandaVision, Loki, and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Loads of people watched those three, and I felt like Moon Knight was trying to be promoted as much, and I saw people get really excited for it, and then it feels like the majority of people watched it were like the Oscar Isaac fans, not the Marvel fans. I'm like, what? Like, and it's not like it got bad, you know, like they like that Fantastic Four movie, the last one they made with like Miles Teller in and stuff, like that did badly. Not like people didn't want to watch it, and also it was shit. So Disney, like, pretended like it never happened. And I feel like they're pretending like Moon Knight never happened. However, Moon Knight did well, though. I mean, maybe it didn't get as many high rating, like, not ratings, many people watching it as WandaVision, but it definitely didn't get bad reviews. Anyway. The screen's black because I was grabbing my webcam to show you guys props and then I got distracted. Right, so, progress. I was making these yesterday. I've got to paint them. One of these for each arm. I just gotta paint them black. These just slide up onto my arm and then under this velcros underneath because I didn't want to make this one. I didn't want to make it just like one piece because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to bend my wrist. So this way, it gives me more room. It is a mix of cardboard and foam because I don't have enough foam to make it completely out of foam, and also all the other armor pieces I made are out of cardboard. So it would have looked strange for this to be a completely different texture. So I have foam on the inside to make it comfy, for my arm, but cardboard and then clay to make the little spiky. This is for Vampire Hunter D. The sword is done. It's in 2 pieces because I can't fit it in the suitcase as 1 piece, so I'm bringing it in 2 pieces and then assembling it in the hotel room. I've got the blade. This was like a wrapping paper tube that I flattened out and then cut. There you go. Yeah. It's not as long as Dee's sword actually is in the... This is based off the Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust movie. It's not as long as Dee's sword is in that movie because there's no way I could make it that long and transport it because his sword goes from like the blade is like from his shoulder to his ankle. And we have the... How far out can I go? The hilt. Which is all, toilet roll tubes with foam clay on the top. It's toilet roll tubes, and then these spiky bits have got, like, just flat pieces of cardboard underneath. And then clay sculpted on the top. And then also, like, all the gold bits and the little skull is just more clay. Foam clay because while foam clay gives it this weird kind of gross texture because it dries very quickly and doesn't like smooth out, so it kind of gives it this bumpy texture. It sticks well to cardboard and it dries incredibly light. So this is like, weighs nothing. There's the back. I can't really pull this webcam out that much. But yeah. I'm really happy with this. Once also, like, he has the, oops. He has this on his belt as well. I don't know what it's, I guess it's just meant to be like a skull, but oh, my webcam turned itself off. Once I saw it as like a, where are you? There you are. Like a skull with sunglasses. I can't see it as a skull with the sunglasses. Oh, Marvel Studios don't have any kind of good judgment. Look. I've not got hopes up for Moon Knight Season 2. It's wild to me that obviously they were planning on it, otherwise they wouldn't have done the teaser. The kind of, I don't remember if it's a post-credit scene or not, but you know, the Jake reveal. What's the point in that? They set up like a... They set it up for a Season 2, so obviously they were hoping for one. Anyway, last thing. Ah! Don't look at my legs! That was an accident. I didn't look at where I was pointing my thing. Don't be creepy. Oh, you can't see. There we go. This is my Dark World dagger. I did air dry clay on this rather than foam clay because... Why does it keep turning itself off? What the fuck? Right. I did air dry clay rather than foam clay because I needed to, like, be able to carve into it. Foam clay is not carvable. Foam clay is like... I'm trying to think how to describe the texture of foam clay. Like, it's nice because it's so light and it easily, like, sticks to cardboard, which this stuff doesn't. Foam clay just will, like, stick and mold to anything, but you can't, like, smooth it out. Like, with regular clay, if you had a piece here and a piece here, you can get a bit of water, smush them together, and then it'll look like one piece of clay. You can't do that with foam clay. And you can't carve into it, and it dries so quickly. That was like, okay, I need to use air dry clay if I'm gonna carve all of the little bits. And I don't mind, obviously it gives it a lot more weight than foam clay would have, but I'm fine with that. I wanted the dagger to have some weight to it. Obviously I need to just paint this white, and then everything can get painted for reals. I'll get up a picture so you guys can see what the dagger actually looks like. But yeah, I went Dark World dagger because Dark World is like my favourite Loki costume. So yeah, I'm all ready to stab. It's been a while since I hadn't really like carved into clay before. I put that back. Should I wash my hand after handling this? I think it's pretty dry now. It can take like a couple days for this clay to dry rather than like foam clay, which takes like 2 seconds. Don't drop it. Which takes like 2 seconds. So yeah, I've still got all that to paint and leave on Friday. That was very good of me. Let me find a picture of the dagger. I thought I'd started making it before, and then I realized no, the dagger I started making before was the Loki series dagger, and I'm like, nah, I don't want anything of the Loki series. So I made the Dark World dagger because, one, I want to make the Dark World dagger one day. Because that's the full cosplay that I want to do, so if I make it now, I can reuse it later. I think it looks more interesting. The Loki series dagger just has a plain gold handle. Like, again, the fucking... I found concept art of Loki series costumes where they were actually going to make his costumes look like something Loki would wear and look like stuff based on the comics. And then, you know, in the end, they just give him a suit. For the whole show. What? It felt like so cheap. So his dagger in the Loki series, I don't think I have a picture. It's just a plain gold handle. Let me find a Loki series dagger. Like, it's fine. I guess the blade's a bit more of an interesting shape. It's still, okay, like, honestly, his dagger's like the only thing where I'm like, well, that looks like something that Loki would have, I guess. I don't know. So this is the Loki series dagger, which I'm not making because fuck the Loki series. I don't get why this. I don't know the proper. I don't know the names of sword anatomy, but the bottom of the hilt here. Is it the pommel? I don't know. But the bit that sticks out between the hilt and the blade. Why is it this color of the blade? Why isn't it the color of the hilt? The rest of the. I don't know. Anyway, this is the Dark World dagger. This is from like a display they had of like the props. So we got some good photos of what that actually looks like because they put it in like a little museum display thing at Disneyland, Disney World, whichever. Like the carving I've done on mine isn't completely accurate and obviously is not like as round and as perfect, but like, look. I don't have a lot of time to make this thing, otherwise, you know, I would have properly rounded out the top and actually carved it more intricately. What's called the guard? Wow, you guys are smart. But I did what I could with a very limited time. you know. Once it's painted, sorry, it'll pass. Wow, I swallowed that wrong. So yeah. I have like a... That's the picture I've been using as reference. Just gotta paint it up. But that's not what we're doing on stream. That's just like... This is what I've been up to and this is what I've gotta do. Real con crunch. But what I would like, so my next con after this is in January. By then I would like to have a Dark World cosplay done. But I'm still like, I don't know, I like to make things for cosplays and I know that to do Loki's Dark World costume, I most likely will buy it. Because it'll be cheaper to buy than to buy the whole costume rather than to buy enough leather to make the costume. Fabric's not cheap here. And not easy to come by. So I most likely will buy like a Loki Dark World costume off AliExpress, but then I plan to it'll come with armor pieces that are like made of fabric that you can velcro around. I'll just remake my own armor pieces myself out of cardboard or foam. And then obviously I have the knife. But then I'm like, I feel like it's gonna be boring. I don't know. I mean, if I put the costume on and I'm like, gender, then I don't care if it looks boring. It's just like, you know, with Vampire Hunter D, I've like made the sword, made all the armor, kind of half made, like I bought a hat and then I had to like make a new brim and stick some shit to it. Like, I love getting to make costumes and there just won't be that much of Loki that I get to make. You know? But that's just how it is. Like, the only other prop that he has in Dark World is, you know, this, when he gets brought in at the beginning to Odin and he's all chained up, and I'm like, I don't want to make. Like, but I do like how he looks in that scene. It's like, no, I don't want to walk around with manacles on me. So... It's just a shame I'm like... It's like, well, you know, I could save up the money and try and make the costume myself rather than buy it. I'm like, I don't got the sewing skills to do all of that. I don't. And you know... It's like, we could learn, I'm like, and it would take so much time. And I have like 2 jobs, you know? I'll happily like remake the armor bits myself, but yeah. And I'm not wearing a wig as Loki, even though my hair is brown and not black. Because one, I have a Loki wig. It doesn't look that good on me. I don't really like how it looks. And 2, it's the summer, it's hot. People can deal with the fact that my hair is slightly the wrong color. And slightly too long. I don't want to wear a wig. For January, I would like to wear Vampire Hunter D again. I like reusing cosplays. You know, I don't get people who don't, like, especially because, like, I cosplay very few characters that are, like, very... I can only cosplay stuff that I, like, kin, basically. But, like, relate to, you know, or, like, feel, like, gender envy for. I'm very specific about who I cosplay. So I'm thinking for January I'll wear D again, because it'll be, like, a bigger con, and maybe there's a chance someone maybe at the bigger con will, like, recognize. And then, as my alt cosplay, either Loki, but I'm thinking maybe I'll save Loki as, like, a summer cosplay because I won't be wearing a wig for it. And I'm thinking of trying to, now that I have a con in January to go to, wear costumes that I want to wear that require wigs, and do that in the winter when I'm not, like, as likely to get headaches and get too hot from wearing the wig. So the only costume that I'm like, I really want to make that requires a wig is Alucard from Castlevania, but specifically the Symphony of the Night costume that he wears in the games. Not the costume he wears in the show. The costume he wears in the show is like no shirt coat, you know? And I can't do the no shirt look. And I don't want to. I'd much rather wear the Symphony of the Night costume, but it's a lot more elaborate. Of like shirt, kind of like bow tie cravat situation, waistcoat with these like massive buckles, overcoat, cape with chain. So, but January's, yeah, I will have to make most of that because there isn't anyone who sells Symphony of the Night accurate costumes. So I'll have to, like, my hope is that I can buy, like, a waistcoat and then add bits to it, and buy, like, a big black overcoat and then add bits to it. I mean, I do have a nice overcoat, but I don't want to sew into that. I'm like, no, I like that coat too much. But that's the hope, more that I can, like, buy a suit and, like, tweak it. And then I can be, like, my two gender vampires. Both Alucard and D. That's the dream. And then after that, I don't know. Once I've got a D cosplay, an Alucard cosplay, and a Loki cosplay, that's me sorted for the rest of my life. Like, I don't know if I'd make another cosplay after that. Some new movie would have to come out with someone that I go crazy for, because pretty much, like, that's it. That's the three. I mean, okay, I would still love to cosplay Thanatos from Hades. The only reason why I haven't made a Than cosplay is because, like, there's no way for me to get the scythe to a con. I take public transport to get to cons because I can't drive. And, there's no way that I could make Than's scythe full size and get it on a train. But, like, if one day I have the ability to go to con by car, that would be the other dream cosplay. Because I know it's like, well, you can cosplay Than and not bring the scythe. Yeah, but I like making props. I mean, you get those of you who saw it last year. I made Fishbones, which is Jinx's arcane Jinx's massive shark gun that she uses at the end of the series. Full size, to scale, life size. It's about 3.5 feet long. And like, it's over a meter long, and it's like almost a meter wide from like, because of the fin on the top, and it's like too big to be allowed on trains in the UK. I didn't know that until after I made it, and I was like, oh no. Which I should have realized at one point while making it, because I was like, yeah, and I made like a bag for it, and I was gonna like carry it on my back. I sewed like straps to the bag and everything, and I'm like, how did I think that was gonna work? I don't know. I gotta make a friend who has a car and who lives near me. That's what I gotta do. But maybe one day Fishbones will see the light of day. I think that's the only way I'd ever cosplay Arcane again, is if I got to bring my massive, to scale, with like lights on the inside Fishbones, because I was so happy with that. I love making props. Which is why I'm, like, not as excited to, like, cosplay Loki, only because I'm like, I want to make and I know it's like, why don't you make the staff from Avengers? And I'm like, because I don't want to cosplay Avengers Loki. I want to cosplay Dot. I don't, you know, there's so many theories with that Loki is also being mind-controlled by the staff as well. Which, I don't know about that. I think it's pretty much, it pretty much is canon that Thanos did torture Loki, because, I mean, look at the mess that he looks like at the beginning of the Avengers movie. I don't know if I also believe people who are like, Tom Hiddleston's eyes look blue, but then in this one scene they look green, and when the staff controls you, they look blue. I'm like, that's just Tom's eye color. Tom's eyes always sometimes look blue and sometimes look green. Tom has blue eyes. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's like, they were like, Loki's eyes are blue in this movie, and they're supposed to be green. I'm like, well, they're green in the comics and the cartoons, but, like, the actor has blue eyes. I think maybe just sometimes they just happen to look green. Like, I think that's reading too much into it, but... Anyway, art stream. I have some Elfman music playing just while I talk, because it's very good, like, background music for me to be able to talk over without getting, like, distracted. But we're going to switch to Sailor Moon music now. I just didn't want to play the Sailor Moon music whilst talking, because it would have been too distracting and I wouldn't have been able to, like, keep, like, be able to pay attention to what I was saying. So, I guess let's randomly pick a Sailor Moon track. We'll close my eyes as I just, like, scroll up and down. This is what we landed on. It's very upbeat. So, get rid of that. Art time. So... Tee-hee, I have a new OC. I love him very much. I could talk about him a lot. His name is Ellis. He is a vampire. Yes, if you're looking at the garb, you may be like, that looks kind of priestly. Yeah, but, like, hear me out. Hear me out. So... a few things. So I drew him once before in Magma, and I'm just kind of trying to copy how I drew him. Not in Magma with you guys, in a Magma thing on my own. There he is. Is his face based off anyone's? I don't know. Like, just probably don't watch Hannibal and then accuse me of copyright. Will Great, I've never heard of him. Look. So, here's what happens. I was watching the new seasons of Law & Order because Hugh Dancy's in that now, and I was like, why not? I'm bored. Law & Order's like, and shows like that are like good background noise for me, because like, I don't focus on them. Like, they're high enough quality to like, for me to want to watch them, but low enough quality that like, it's not like some like dramatic mini-series or movie. I'm like, yeah, that's good, that's by my nose, I'm not really paying attention. But because I was watching that, I was like, I can feel the old Hannibal brain rot coming back, because if you didn't know, hi. I watched Hannibal when it ended. Which I know you may be like, but Prince, you don't like horror. As an adult, no. But as a teen, as a kid, everything scared me. As a teen, nothing freaked me out. I could watch all the gore and horror that I wanted to. And as an adult, everything scares me again. So, even though I'm a soft boy, surprise, I'm also a Hannibal boy. When I watched the show, I did not have, like, attraction towards Will. Like, I was a Hannibal, I was a Hannibal girly. But, looking back, I'm like, oh, Hugh Dancy's kind of gender. Like, I mean, I know it's like, but how Will presents himself is not how I want to look or anything. I mean, there's pictures of Hugh when he was younger, where I'm like, oh fuck, that's very gender. Whereas, like, Will isn't, like, my typical gender envy because it's like short hair and beard, really, and I'm like, yeah, but like he's soft. I don't know. I was like, didn't I used to wonder if I kin to— yeah, so anyway, I kin Will. That's the discovery. Anyway, so that was like on my brain, as well as this like fix the wrong word. Yes, it was on AO3, however, it's someone's original work. It wasn't like a fanfic. About like a trans man finding sanctuary in this like kind of church temple with this priest in, but he's not like a Christian priest, he's like a priest of some kind of eldritch Cthulhu type thing. And finding like acceptance of being trans there, and I was like, that was a really nice little fic. I shouldn't say fic, story. And then I was like, anyway, I'm making a boy now. His name's Ellis, he's a vampire. He was like a Christian priest when he was human, and then he got bit, and now it's like hundreds of years later. He is pagan. I know that's not the actual word. My partner's a witch. I know, like, but quote, I'm saying pagan in quotation marks, you know, that's not like a proper word to refer to any religion. But it's a word that, like, you guys will understand what that means, you know. So I guess, but he is also like a practicing witch. Not as in like fantasy magic, but as in like how witches are in our reality. As in crystals and herbs and stuff. So he has like the church that he used to work out of, he now is converted into a library. It does also have like rooms in it that people can stay. It's like a sanctuary. It's mostly a library, but there are also— I shouldn't have songs in this place to have words because it's hard to talk over it. I'm gonna ramble about my OC. I love him very much. So it's like an old church. He's converted it into a library, but it also has rooms that people can stay because it is also like a sanctuary for people who've like not got a safe place. So a lot of like queer kids come, or like queer adults like take sanctuary there. He still like does dress in like priestly garbs. He still kind of considers himself a priest, but in terms of like if someone wants to learn about paganism or Wicca or anything like that, he is happy to teach, but it's not like a requirement of staying there if you want shelter there. And he I know, like, I already know what kind of not safe for work content I would make with him, so I guess I'll, like, he meant to be DILF vibes. He got kids, but he meant to be a DILF. We'll say that. He likes taking care of people, but he's, like, not in, like a harsh way. He's not, like, my Dimitri OC. He's very soft. Very soft, very caring, a little bit shy. Like, if you were to flirt with him, he would instantly, like, because he comes across quite calm, a little bit serious, but not, like, strict or anything like that. But, like, if you were to, like, compliment him, or, like, try and flirt with him, instant, like, he's stuttering and he doesn't know what to do. I love him. He's, like, for the last few weeks, before, like, the Hannibal brain rot fully took over, because I was thinking about Will Graham, like, he was my comfort character a few weeks, and it's been so long since I had my own OC as, like, a comfort character. I was like, yeah, I just want to go hang out with him. But I was making lists of, like, gods that I think he might worship in particular. I found some Greek gods I hadn't, like, some very lesser known Greek gods that I hadn't heard of before, and I'm like, in love. Because there's one there in particular. I'm gonna just be a dork and talk about this now. But, I don't know how it's pronounced because it is such a lesser known goddess. So I'm gonna take a guess based on how other Greek god names are pronounced that it's Epione. But I don't know. Incredibly lesser known goddess. there's other gods, you know, in Greek mythology of things like Apollo was like a god of medicine. There's other like panacea and like other gods of medicine, other gods of healing. But Epione in particular is a goddess of the soothing of the pain. Or in other words, like, not a goddess of healing, but a goddess of caring for someone when they are sick or are in need of, you know, being cared for. And I'm like, that's perfect. So the symbol Ellis wears around his neck is a symbol used in paganism a lot. It's the healing symbol. It's typically taken from, if anyone's ever seen like if you look up like healing symbols and you see like the caduceus, like the rod with the snake, which is based off, I think it's actually based off Hermes' staff, which is a Greek symbol. It's like a simplified version of that. Like, that's what it's just a simplified version of that. Like, you know, because like I can't draw the fucking. There's like a rod thing and there's a snake going around it. There's a snake. There he is. It's a snake. So it's meant to be like, that's the rod and this is the snake, like, going around it. Because still, yes, like, his clothes are very much based off, like, Christian Catholic priest garb. Just because, like, look, I'm not a religious person, and I think that, you know, some religions, you know, the Catholic Church doesn't have the best reputation and stuff. I really like the aesthetic of, like, priestly robes, though, and I think, like, since he would still have access to his robes from when he was human, I think he still just does reuse them, but they're not, obviously, doesn't wear a cross because he's not Christian anymore. And I'm not gonna have, like, the bell rope thing, I think, is very much like a Catholic thing as well. It's gonna be recognizable as priest garb, but, and, like, he doesn't have, like, the white collar either. Because I don't want it to look like he's a Christian priest. Like, it's definitely, like, inspired by that stuff, but I want to make it clear, like, that's not what's going on here, especially, like, in case anyone's got, like, any religious trauma or anything. So I need to finish drawing him. But I love him. I want people to get invested in him because I already want to make, like, a Not Safe for Work audio with it. It's a shame, it's like, no, I wish I could hire someone else to voice a Not Safe for Work audio and then I could enjoy it. That's not even in line with where his shoulder is. Oh my god, what am I doing? I'm gonna do tassels on the edge of his scarf. But yeah, since, like, it's just to make it clear, like, he is very... I mean, pretty much any single one of my OCs that I make basically, like, are trans, or I'm happy for you to headcanon as trans. I basically headcanon as trans. Like, he probably is like, you know. Right. Because I haven't drawn out his whole outfit. I know in my head basically what it looks like. It's just drawing it. Ah? I would love it if Photoshop didn't lag. Because it's like, I feel like the last few times I've made new OCs, people haven't really, like, cared that much. At least, like, based on, like, YouTube comments and views. But yeah, you know, I posted that Ambrose Arden sleep aid, and that's already done quite well, so I'm like, oh, guys, oh, shucks. You know, I wish, like, when I introduced new OCs, people took to them like they took to Ambrose and Arden. Like, I really wish people liked Silk more. I don't know if I'll do another audio for Silk or Satin anymore, you know. I do want to bring Sorrow back, because, like, that did well and people have been asking. So that is in the works. But, like, Silk and Eros and Satin and Dimitri haven't really done as well as I had hoped. And that's fine. I just would like to not just make fandom content. And I've been considering whether or not I'm gonna make some generic, like, boyfriend roleplay without there being a character there that has a name. Purely just because, like, look, I gotta make a living. That is the majority of audio content that people consume. Though, Jesus Christ, I was looking at one person's channel. He pisses me off because of his reputation and the way that he's kind of misogynistic and creepy and also steals art, and I'm not gonna name who it is. But wow. So many of his videos, and there were a couple other channels I found as well where I'm like, this is just bull. How is this on YouTube? It's not even, it's not got limited ads. Like YouTubers said, this is safe for ads. It's not been age restricted. And it's like, your dominant werewolf breeds you. And I'm like, what? That's on YouTube? You can call it that? And it's like, oh, but it's probably like your spicy previews where they cut the audio off before the breeding happened. No! No, it didn't. It's not a pre- I'm like, what the fuck? How is this allowed? Whereas, like, my fucking Ambrose and Arden video, I tried to upload it 3 times. When I uploaded it the first time, YouTube said it was safe. I went through the checks, and I said, yeah, there's a little bit of swearing, there's kissing, and that's it. So it said it was safe for ads. And then after, like, 5 minutes, it said, actually, no, it's not. It's not safe for ads anymore. I'm like, what? Based on what? Like, it doesn't tell you. It's, like, not based on the answers I gave. So, obviously, it's sensing something in the content of the description, the thumbnail, the title of the video that it thinks is adult content, and I'm like, how? None of my other videos have ever been marked like this. And I tried to upload it, like, and then the second time I tried to upload it with just a picture of Arden, without the thumbnail and without the other description, it said it was fine, and I'm like, okay. And then I tried to upload it a third time, and it said it wasn't. So still, on that video, there's, like, no ads or limited ads, even though there shouldn't be. I don't know why YouTube thinks it's not okay. Is it because I call it, like, sleeping with a vampire werewolf? It's like, yeah, but it literally is sleeping. You're not having sex with them. You're actually falling asleep with them. Is it the thumbnail picture that Amazon look like they're about to kill? Like, I've seen videos with spicier thumbnails, like, than 2 people about to consensually smooch on the lips while fully clothed. Like, I don't know why YouTube is blocking me from making ads on that video. Like, if you guys want to help support me and you know, watch some of my other videos a few times to help. I don't have a clue. So that's a real fucking shame. Because that looks like it's a video that might get quite a fair amount of views as well, but I won't make any money off it. And I don't have a clue why. Like, yes, I can appeal. I daren't. Here's the thing, when YouTube, like, censors something or does something, you always have the chance to appeal. However, 75% chance that appeal is going to be, one, it's most likely that what flagged it was a bot and not a person anyway. And when you appeal it, there's something like a 70% chance the thing, like, whoever reviews my appeal is also going to be a bot and not a real person. And the bot could fuck up, and instead of saying, your video can be on YouTube but with limited ads, it might actually say, actually, we want your whole video deleted, you know? And if a person looks at it, what if a person looks at it and they happen to be either transphobic, both of the characters in the audio are trans, or what if they think, I don't know, what if they look at some of my other videos and, like, I don't, you know, I'm like, I'm too scared to appeal, because I know plenty of people who appeal stuff on YouTube when YouTube is in the wrong, and YouTube doubles down, either like either by a person getting it wrong or not caring, or by a bot not knowing the content that it's looking at and fucking up. And sometimes when you appeal and you get shot down, that can result in a strike against your channel. Not just like, oh, you appealed this thing and you were wrong. Well, okay, you know, you appealed and we said no, so you appealed and now we still say no. You'd think all that happens is that video is still just, like, off limits in whatever way. But no, sometimes because you appealed, because you said, hey, could you check again? So they'll just, like, strike you for it if they decide that you shouldn't have appealed. What? So I daren't appeal it in case anything bad happens to my channel. I mean, look, I guess to be fair, in the person who said werewolf, dominant werewolf breeds you, he put like BRE asterisk D. Did that, so did he avoid it? But like, so many of them like have like hot, spicy flame emoji, dominant boyfriend, takes you for the first time. I'm like, what? I also found one channel that had audios, and each of these audios got like 20k views, where it's like, I don't even know if I want to say. I was like, you know, to each their own, but it was like, toxic boyfriend does this, abusive boyfriend does this, and I'm like, huh? And it's like you getting yelled at, or like... worse, and I'm like, huh? I mean, to each their own. I mean, someone put a request into one of my videos that they wanted like to ask me to do like a cheating audio, and I was like, I'm not gonna reply to that, because one, I don't fully understand if you're asking like, listener gets cheated on and wants comfort from one of my characters, or if you're wanting one of my characters to cheat, but like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Thank you very much. But god, the channels that do the like, every audio is basically porn. Intense make-out groping audios basically is what they are. Always has stolen art. The art is always very borderline, not safe for work. And they never get anything taken down or in trouble, and they've got loads of fault, and I'm like, huh, what? Why is my thing? Why am I in trouble? for you take a nap with some people? I don't know. Anyway, but it did make me think like maybe I should try and do some more generic BF like boyfriend audios without like a character. Kind of like what like Cardlin audios does, and like other people. Cardlin is like the biggest creator that I actually like that I can think of. But like, I don't know, because you either see, there's either channels like Cardlin who do boyfriend roleplay experiences, but the characters never have names, right? There's no like, and the artwork is just like generic, pretty like, here's just a guy, you know? Or there's people who do audios as specific characters, like myself, Yuri Voice, King Radio, King Akira, etc., you know? And sometimes that includes a mix of, like, with Yuri Voice, a mix of, fandom and character audios, or someone like Dark and Twisted Whispers, who I fucking love his audio so much. He only does original characters, but all of his original characters have names and designs, and he'll like reuse the characters over multiple audios. So obviously you can make it work with just original characters that actually have names and personalities, because Dark and Twisted has managed to do it. Which 10 out of 10 would recommend Dark and Twisted if you are a monster fucker, or if you like yandere stuff. I personally don't like yandere stuff, but he has non-yandere stuff as well. The majority of his characters are monsters. Just letting you know. But yeah, so, but I'm like, and I haven't seen a channel who does both, who does a mix of original character, you know. I haven't seen any channels that do a mix of original characters with names and fandom characters, plus generic boyfriend roleplay, boyfriend has no name or particular personality, you know? Because I feel like maybe those two communities just don't intersect, you know? Maybe the kind of people who like just the boyfriend experience wouldn't want to get invested in a character with a name. I also feel like that community is a lot more like cishet, so it scares me if I attract their attention. But I don't know. I also like want to make more money so I can move out. So it's like I'm willing to try. So if you see some like generic BFE stuff, I'm gonna I probably will try it. If it doesn't work out, then I won't bother keeping on doing it. But there's so many of these videos where it's like dominant boyfriend does blah blah blah, and I'm like, maybe I should try doing some of those, or at least do more audios with my with Cassius and August, which is my Dom Prince character. Cassius is my like Dom straight prince, and August is my like Dom soft boy knight. and I haven't done anything with them in quite a while. I haven't even drawn August. I should really try and use them a lot more, and like not give them a story in particular, just kind of make these like, because then it's like a mix of like, okay, these guys do have names, but I can use them for these kind of generic boyfriend role plays, but they just happen to be like historical. I also keep thinking of making like maybe boys that are more monstrous than like vampire looking, you know? I kind of want to make an Eldritch God OC. Like Dark and Twisted has like an Eldritch God OC called the Tall One, and I kind of love him even though like it's terrible. I'm sure he would like, the moment I help set him free would probably kill me, but like and I saw someone else who's got like I saw someone else do a video where it's like Eldritch God chooses you or something. I'm like, I kind of want to make an Eldritch God OC. I kind of want to. I don't know if this is going to result in me making my whole ass pantheon. Also, Ali, you saying noted. I didn't. Okay, is this going to be me like suddenly like promoting? I know I'm meant to be drawing. My favorite are the like Salem audios I love as well. We've raided Salem before, but Salem's on a hiatus at the moment and has been for quite a few months. I don't know when they plan on coming back. But if you want like very soft boy kind of monster boy audios, Salem audios. Would recommend. If you like darker stuff, Possessive, Yandere. Not all of his stuff in Yandere as well. Dark also does Not Safe for Work audios on his Patreon. I've subscribed to his Patreon a few times over the years. I am resubscribed at the moment because he has this new elf OC who I kind of, and I'm like, when his high elves and his dark elves are always like shitty in terms of their personality. Like the high elves are always very like elitist and snotty and like look down their nose at like humans and stuff, and the dark elves are like always yandere. So I'm like, I saw it was a high elf OC and I'm like, no, because he's gonna make me feel inferior and I don't like being degraded. But I'm like, he's pretty though. Oh, but he's pretty though. Anyway, you should listen to Dark and Twisted Whisper. I'm not being paid to say this, though. If he ever wanted to like talk with me, no, I'm saying like, I mean, one, if any other audio creator ever wants to do a collab, reach out to me. But like, I should say like, I've never taught this man. I'm too shy to like, and also I don't know how you reach out to other audio creators. Just so like, it's like, hey, I just want you to know that like we make similar content and like I'm a fan and you're an inspiration to me. But I'm like, that feels creepy. Like what? Like I'm not after anything. I'm just like, I don't know. Anyway, he has pretty boys. What song is this? Holy shit, Sailor Moon. Damn, okay. This is his Elder God. I'm kind of like, I know I shouldn't. I know he could crush my mind at any moment, and probably will. But his stuff is also M for A. He didn't always used to list stuff as M for A, but he does more now. And I'm like, and he has done like Pride Month audios before. So like this is like these characters are a couple. And you can see like, you can't really see too good, but in the thumbnail there are say like the ace flag and like, I'm pretty sure like he's trans. I'd be very surprised if he was not trans friendly, because like just the M for A stuff and the few Pride audios you've done that have different Pride flags in them. Which again, with him, and then Salem is, I think Salem is non-binary. So their audios also, again, it's just nice to be like, safe space! You know, I know that I can listen to these audios as a trans person and know that like, the person who recorded this audio doesn't think that I'm disgusting. So, just, you know, he brought his Leech OC back recently, and I was so happy, because the last time he voiced this boy was probably, like, 2 years ago. Maybe more, but I'm like, I remember him! But yeah, I wonder if taking more kind of that approach sometimes, because like obviously Ambrose and Arden have this whole story now. I don't know where they go from now. You know? Because it's as if they've had like this plot of like getting together with the listener, and now they have, and I'm like, cool. Wow, what do I do with them now? Unless like I try and give them like an actual some kind of story drama arc where like, oh, the listener almost loses them or something. I don't know. That'd take a lot of effort to put in. The hell is this Sailor Moon song? I mean that in a good way. Like, what the hell is this Sailor Moon song? But go off, Sailor Moon, I guess. Not to go back to talking about Dark Prison, but again, I'm just like, it makes me happy as well that he like always credits his artists. Like, he doesn't steal art, he has artists make art for him, and then always also credits them, and I'm like, thank God, it's so refreshing. This shouldn't be a rarity. Yuri has an artist, that he uses the same artist for his thumbnails, and like credits them and commissions them. Dark, I don't know if it works on like a commission basis, I assume so by now. It has like a few artists that he works with, they draw the art specifically for him, he always credits them. Kink Radio does all his own art himself, I do all my own art myself. It's just like, it's refreshing. Just to see people like, use art with permission, or like commission artists to make the art for them. Versus some people who like, either like, all of their art is stolen art. And like, when they steal art, it's always like this mix of sources of like, wow, okay, that art you stole is from like, a visual novel. That art you stole is fan art, and that art you stole is someone else's, like, original character. And you just, like, weren't paying, you know. Which, pisses me off with someone in particular. And I really like their audios and I like their voice, but I'm like, they made an OC based off this drawing they saw on Pinterest to the point where now they've commissioned another artist to do, like, a full body design. Based off this art. And I'm like, you can't use someone else's character. You're using this Pixiv's, well, this Pinterest artist character design. I say Pinterest artist in quotes because I've tried to reverse Google image search the Pinterest link that he links as credit. It just comes back to Pinterest. Wherever they originally posted it is gone. I can't find the credit of the artist. I assume it was most likely originally posted on like Weeboo or Pixiv. And it could be that it's fan art. It could be that it's someone else's like OC for their little indie comic they write. Regardless, you can't be like, I'm gonna use this Pinterest art as the thumbnail for my as the art for my OC, and then like commission that like make a whole design on him. Especially if like, Jesus, I hope, you know, if this person ever gets big enough to make merch, I'm like, what are you doing? You know, it's not your design. What's wild to me, I which, oh, now I'm thinking, Yuri has merch of his OCs, he has this new pin coming out, and I'm like, it was, like, one thing I'm worried about doing is, like, if I ever did go down the story route, there's some OCs that I have where I'm like, maybe I could share them with you guys by making audios for them. But, like, if I picked, like my OC's Damien and Maximus, I'm like, maybe I could, because I want to introduce them to people, and I would still love to do their comic or book one day, but I'm like, maybe I could make audios with them. But that would then have to be, like, a full-out, planned-out plot, and, like, in their own universe, they're just in a relationship together. For the audios, would I have you as, like, a third party watching them? I don't think that would be interesting. Or do I have it that you are, for the sake of the audios, you're a throuple, like, with Arden and Ambrose and the listener. and that would actually be like a whole plot, but I'm like, would some people be interested in, like, because for me personally, like, there's a loose plot for the Love Bite series, but not so much that, like, it's gonna be, like, hard to remember the plot, you know? Whereas, like, Yuri's, like, the series he has with Alphonse and Seth, bittersweet. I can't. I watched all of, like, the first season of it, and then I'm like, this is too much. There's, like, if I keep watching these audios, it's like I'm investing in, like, a whole, like, TV series with, like, this kind of drama plot and these, like, other characters, background characters and stuff, and I'm like, I can't. But then, like, another reason artist I, like, had this whole plot series. To be fair, when I got into it, I didn't know there was gonna be, like, a whole plot on the story, which is, fuck, is he got something in Bread ASMR? I can't remember his name. Where it's like, I just listened to it because it was like Dark Prince. Oh, see, no, fine. I'll listen to that. Because it was, M4M, and I'm like, yeah, I want to be called a sweet boy, Gary. And then it became this whole, like, epic fantasy thing with, like, this war, and I'm like, oh, and there was a lot. And I'm like, I don't know. If I did a series like that, where there was actually, like, a plot that, like, you guys would have to be, like, remember more than just, like, these characters want to date you, it's actually like, oh, there's, like, this kind of conflict and drama going off, like, would that be interesting? I don't know if that's something that, because personally, me listening to that stuff, sometimes I'm like, this is too much, I just wanted to relax, you know? So I don't know. Or I do a mix. I could try it and do a series that has more of, like, an actual, like, plot with, like, a whole beginning, middle, end thing. But then I'm like, well, how does that... But then the listener has to be a character within that. I don't think that, like... And I feel like a romantic character within that, you know? I couldn't just be like, here's these two characters and their story of, like, falling in love. And one of those characters not be you, you know? I'll have to do more thoughts about it and stuff. You know, that's all. I mean, definitely that's because I'm really invested in. I've been thinking, I'm like, what if I did like what Yuri does? Because so Yuri season 2 of his characters Seth and Alphonse. Because the first season is like you and Alphonse date, and then Seth, Alphonse's ex, shows up, and the three of you basically end up in like a poly relationship. I haven't decided how I don't have time to really. This is what I get for not like designing the character at first. So I'm like, and then season 2 for that series is like flashbacks to Alphonse and Seth when they were younger, back when they were a couple. So I'm like, the only way I could think of going forward with Love Bites, if you wanted more like a consistent plot rather than just, here's you and Ambrose napping again, and here's you and Arden fucking again, you know? Because I feel like now it's at a point where every audio I make will just be established relationship, here's some content, you know? If you actually wanted more plot, the only thing I can think of doing is like flashbacks of like Ambrose and Arden's story and how they met, but then I'm like, but then the listener wouldn't really be there. But I'm like, yeah, well, the listener's not really there for the flashback season for Yuri's stuff, because the flashbacks with Alphonse and Seth when they're younger, like the listener hasn't met them yet, so it's like, but then at that point it's like, it's still ASMR, but it's not really ex-listener, it's just like an audiobook at that point. And I don't want to be like, cause I'm like, how I can't put the listener back in time. And no, and I don't really want to do listener accidentally time travels to Ambrose's past. I don't want to do that. And I don't want to put another. It's like, okay, well, Ambrose and Arden have had past lovers. Maybe you could just, it's just the perspective from their past. I'm like, no, because if it was if it's meant to be like a series of like how they met and stuff, they don't have another partner at that point in their lives. Like, I don't know how I'd make that. And I feel like stuff on that scale then means like I need like background characters and stuff, and I'm gonna like have to hire out. Either like get better at doing different voices, or I'm gonna have to like hire people. I'm like, oh, that's a lot. But it's just like, I'd like... It's not like, well, kind of. I guess I have the urge to turn every pre-existing OC I have into like an audio series. I mean, I have like my Monster Boy Band OCs as well, who I love very dearly. And I've always wanted to do something with. And I'm like, and I always go like, visual novel, dating sim, maybe I try and make a dating sim with them. But I think I would find that really hard because I personally don't enjoy dating sims because I'm demisexual, so I find them really confusing. Because I'm like, how can you pick who you want to date based off this, you know? Demisexual and demi-romantic. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm the best person to make a dating sim. It's like, well, I don't know. I could do them as audios. And kind of combine the idea of how a dating sim is structured, but have it as like a video audio playing out. Kind of like a choose your own adventure series of audios. Like if anyone's watched like a Heist with Markiplier, that sort of thing. I guess that, but like it's ASMR. I don't know. I don't know. I get lots of ideas and then I'm like, I don't know if any of them are good. It's just brain soup. I don't know. I don't know what word I'm looking for. I just always want to keep making new stuff. But then sometimes I think, yeah, it's like, well, if I want to do a big project like that, should I wait until I have more followers? Why in this sketch did I make this thumb so big? Why is this thumb so big in this sketch? Are you okay? Oh my god. I think I was a little sleepy when I did sketch this out first thing when I woke up, so maybe that's what's happened. That doesn't look natural either. Oh god, I don't remember how to draw hands. I'm having a moment. I don't know if anything I just said sounded interesting or like something that someone would like to watch. Obviously, all that stuff would take more time because I'd have to like script things, or at least loosely script things, because there'd have to be a sense of continuity. Sometimes, like, I worry when I'm voicing Arden and Ambrose that, like, that I say something about their backstory that might contradict something I said in a previous audio, because I think originally when I wrote them I had them meet in, like, my idea was that they'd met in, like, the 1960s, but by now I'm like, oh no, they've known each other hundreds of years. I changed my mind, but I'm like, I don't know if that means in an older audio I say something that now contradicts. If I did, whoops, my bad. I just changed my mind since then. And I have this idea that I was telling Julie about this. I don't know for sure how Arden and Ambrose meet, but I know what Ambrose tells people. I just don't know if that's the truth. Like, I have said that how Ambrose tells it is that it's like a fairy tale thing of like him being kind of locked away and Arden like being like nobility and Arden being like working class and then falling for each other. I just don't know if that's actually how they meet. I know that's what Ambrose is telling me. And I was like, that would be really cute. Like, I remember this old webcomic on Tumblr, and I think it got published as well, called Princess Princess. I don't know if anyone read that. And I'm like, yeah, something cute like that. Like, this kind of little fairy tale, like, if I did it as, like, a comic, a graphic novel thing, of this, like, T for T, M for M, romance, vampire werewolf romance, forbidden romance, like, come on, that's a lot of things that people like. And they're just making it as a little comic and putting it online somewhere, I don't know. Do I know if that's their real backstory? I don't know. I know for sure that, like, that's probably how Ambrose tells it. But I'm also like, I don't know if he's romanticized, like, I don't know, because my original first thought for how they met was a lot darker, and I'm like, I could see Ambrose sanitizing it down when he tells people. I don't know, I guess I'm like, why don't I want to make that definitely canon? I'm like, is it too cheesy? I don't know. Originally there was definitely more like, the person who, I mean, regardless, even in the more fairy tale origin, the person who turned Ambrose into a vampire is a piece of shit. Regardless of whether it's the darker version of the story or the fairy tale version. He's a piece of shit. He's more of a piece of shit and like sticks around for longer. In the darker version, like the original backstory I had for them, he actively kind of like borderline kind of kidnaps Ambrose, whereas in the more fairy tale version he just kind of like abandons him, kind of preys upon him and then turns him and then is like, good luck, bye. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess if I kept the guy who turned Ambrose alive, then there could be, you know, we could, then that's what I could do with Love Bites. We could have him show back up and be a kind of piece of shit, but also try and like seduce the listener. I don't know. That's like the only way I can think of, like, I'm spitballing. That's just something that I just can't, like, I don't know if anyone wants to listen to any of that. You guys are going ooh, but I don't know what part of what I'm saying you're going ooh for. Like, thank you for the oohs. I don't know if anything that I've said in the last, like, half an hour is stuff that you would actually like to see happen. Huh? Why are you scrolling? I'm not scrolling anymore. I can't really tell what I've done here. I assume this is where wrist starts. I like the Dead Moon Circus theme. Okay, how robes go. Am I gonna give him any kind of belt? I don't want to give him a belt that makes it look like... Well, I can give him like a little band, so that there is more kind of. I really want it to become more, the outfit to be a little more skin tight, at least on the top half, and very form fitting, and then skirt. But it's just not going to be like a kind of this kind of belt with like a kind of sash thing, because that's, I feel like, very... I don't know for sure. I don't know shit about... it was literally just me looking at Pinterest and like, okay, what do priests wear and how can I make it look very much like recognizably like a priest outfit without it looking like a Christian. Like, it very much needs to be inspired by it, but I don't want it to actually look like a real priest outfit because it's not based on any... I shouldn't say really, but you know what I mean. He needs to be inspired by that, but I need people to know. No, it's fine. How high-waisted do I want that to be? Should I have made the scarf longer? No, I think that's fine. If anything, actually, I'm like, maybe I should have made the scarf shorter, because I don't want it to, like, I don't want a scarf to come down to belly button. I may have made a mistake here, I might want to shorten the scarf. Oh yeah, I definitely made that very long. Just gonna fix that. I know I definitely want it coming lower than the little capelet bit, so. Okay, let's try that again. Put the waistband at the actual waist would be a good idea. Fuck. I'm reaching the end of my tablet, that's a problem. Hey, there we go. Okay. Do I want any like pleats or like just to help signify like skirt is here? I don't know. Oh, that looks weird. I don't want to like darts or something. And I don't want it to look like it's a pleated skirt. I mean, I guess it should have a, some kind of closure. Because if it's skin tight, it's got to fasten somehow. It's like, well, maybe it just fastens in the waist. I think the waistband should be chunkier. Oh god, I'm just remembering, like, because I'm looking at my Pinterest board now for Ellis and there are pictures of Hugh dancing as Will Graham on here and I'm like, oh right, yeah, Lucio said a thing earlier and I was gonna come back to it, but then I got distracted and I didn't come back to it. And I was talking about Hannibal. And I was like, yeah, oh, let me mention, because Lucio's like, I've never seen Hannibal. I'm like, I was like, gonna be like, it's good, just, you gotta know your own limits with Hannibal, like, going into Hannibal and going into the Hannibal fandom, yes, of course everyone ships Will and Hannibal. But it is like borderline canon, like the you know, the cast and like the person who made the show, Brian Fuller, I can't remember if he himself is queer. I think he is. But at least all the other shows he's made have always had queer characters in them as well. Hannibal's like his. Wow, I was gonna say Hannibal's the first one to not have explicitly queer characters. I'm like, what? Yeah, yes, it does. One of the main characters is a bisexual woman. What the fuck am I talking about? And ends up in a relationship with a woman, like dates men, and then ends up in a relationship with a woman. I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. I love her. But in terms of Hannibal and Will, pretty much Brian Fuller, the creator of the show, pretty much is like, oh yeah, it's a love story, you know. Now, is it ever explicitly romantic on screen? No. But like, pretty much very much approves of the shipping of them. Is it a fucked up relationship? I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, for those who don't know anything about Hannibal. So, warnings for one, it's horror, right? He is a cannibal. He kill people that he think rude, and then he cook them and eat them. That is his thing. So if that already is like too squeamish for you, don't watch it. It's the first TV show that I watched where I was just like blown away by the cinematography. Like I've been blown away by cinematography and editing in movies before, but never by a TV show. That's the first show I was like, oh, this is gorgeously shot. Like, this is something else. This is something special, like, for a TV show. Because I think season 1 came out in, like, 2011. Like, nowadays, like, TV shows do get treated with more care than they, you know, and aren't seen as, like, a lesser form of art than movies. You have more, like, movie actors doing TV shows and miniseries, you know. But, like, when Hannibal came out, it wasn't all that common, and Hannibal really stood out to me as, like, oh, this is shot beautifully. But yeah, like, this, Hannibal's also, like, not the only serial killer in the show, like, it's about him teaming up with Will, who works for the FBI, and then, like, investigating murders and serial killers. Some of which are murders that Hannibal has committed, and some of them which aren't, you know, so you see, you know, it's a crime show, you see corpses and stuff, but, like, it's not like watching Law & Order, like, the camera doesn't shy away from the bodies, and the bodies sometimes are done in ways that is body horror-y, you know, in terms of what is done to the victims. It is not for the faint of heart. And fucking, I don't want to see the argument of like, but you shouldn't ship Will and Hannibal cause he like Hannibal's Will's therapist for a while, and also like he's a killer and he's a cannibal, and like and look, it's meant to be like a fucked up dark romance. Like, everyone knows that. No one who like ships it wants that to exist in real life, you know. I just find that there's like people who just like find something fascinating there, you know? Especially because like Hannibal's not, like, his whole backstory, like he's got reasons to be fucked up, like, you know, trauma and abuse in his backstory, and the only person he ever cared about was his sister, and that didn't go out very well for him. So for him to kind of, and not being attached to anyone else since, for him to then kind of get attached to and basically fall in love with Will. Whether you perceive that to be that he's definitely in love with it. Whether you want to, that is canon. Whether you want to take that to be platonic or romantic is up to you. It's interesting for him to grow attached to someone when I guess he never thought that he would care about anyone again. But like, it not for faint of heart. There be people getting injured, there be people getting, like, there's blood, there's gore, you know. I will say, of all the Hannibal media, nothing that I watched in Hannibal, like, greatly disturbed me more than the movies. Now, I haven't seen Silence of the Lambs, I know. The only Hannibal movies I've seen are the other two. Silence of the Lambs is the only one I haven't seen, which is really bad. I've seen Red Dragon was the first Hannibal Lecter media I consumed. It was just on TV once, and I was like, I didn't know what it was, but I was like, okay, I'm watching this now. I was just like channel flipping, and I was about 13, and I was like, sure, I guess I'm watching this now. I don't know what this is. Which is the last movie they made, and then I've watched the movie Hannibal, which is like a sequel to Silence of the Lambs. Whereas Red Dragon, which has Will Graham in, if anyone like knows Silence of the Lambs, that takes place after like the Hannibal series, after the Red Dragon movie. Because it's based off books, and that, you know, the Hannibal show derails itself from the plot of the books. But the thing that like grossed me out the most, and actually I was like, I'm not okay after seeing that scene, was in the Hannibal movie with Anthony Hopkins. No, that's the one that I couldn't do. So, but I think also I was getting older by that point. Like, as I say, like I could consume horror and gore content as a teen. Not like severe gore, but like I could watch Hannibal, and I could watch like horror anime and stuff. And as an adult now, I'm like, I can't do that anymore. I couldn't watch Castlevania without and I love the Castlevania cartoon, but sometimes I struggle even with the level of like cartoon violence and blood and gore in that, where sometimes I'm like, I need to not look at the screen until that scene's over, or I need a minute, I'm kind of not okay. So, I don't know if I'd be able to rewatch Hannibal now. You know, I'm glad I watched it when I was younger, because I don't think I'd be able to rewatch it now. I just realized the arms were two very different positions. But it's kind of meant to be that one of the— oh yeah, that looks bad, doesn't it? Whoopsie. Hannibal is gorgeous. I think it is a gorgeous show. I really love it, but I probably wouldn't be able to watch it as an adult. Just because I'm more squeamish. I'm more squeamish now than I used to be. Oh wait, I think that's on a different layer, isn't it? Oh, that's so helpful that I put that on a different layer. Okay, I don't have to worry so much. Oh, I fucked up. Here we go. I don't know how I've ended up having the hands to do that. I think the idea was that, like, I copied the pose or something else. That one of the arms is meant to be raised up higher, but it is giving weird. It looks strange. It looks strange. I need to fix that. This is what you get when you draw a sketch when you're real fucking tired. Make sure you wake up before you draw, kids. That's Prince's tip of the day. Be awake when you draw. So let's get a Chaos Gauge to confirm this is a good tip. I'm glad I have some wisdoms in me. I wonder if I should change the expression. Normally what I do on the thumbnails is try and make them like the kind of like a half-lidded gaze, trying to seduce you kind of look in that's my attempt at clickbait. Is what it is. This looks somewhat neat. Somewhat like all the circles are the same shape. Size, I mean they should be the same shape as well. I'll duplicate it in case I end up disliking what I'm about to do. I'm really bad at like doing eyes so it looks like they're looking at the viewer, at the camera. Like getting them in the exact right position. Yeah, I'm copy pasting the eyes. What are you gonna do? Stop me? I feel like that looks weird. I don't know. Now he's sad. Most of the time, but I'm probably not gonna watch Hannibal because of a certain person had parts of the fandom that really interesting. Yeah, the fandom's wild. So like, what the fandom does, if you ever look at like Hannibal art, is like, particularly the shipping fandom. Sorry, I started remembering. Okay, so side note. I forgot some of the scenes in Hannibal that exist and really how queer it is. So I was reading Hannibal fanfic recently and they were like, yeah, so it's based off this scene, and I'm like, oh my god, that's the scene that happens where maybe I'll try and find like a funny Hannibal compilation that won't have anything spooky in it. But essentially something that the fandom does that I haven't seen, like, other fandoms do all too much. So people who ship Hannibal and Will, and it's because it's not just for some reason because Hannibal fandom's different, but it's based off because as well as shipping Hannibal and Will, they ship other characters that those two actors, Hugh Dancy and Mads Mikkelsen, have played. And that might seem like really weird, but it's because before they were in Hannibal together, they were in a fantasy film called King Arthur, where Hugh played, oh god, Galahad, and Mads was playing Gwaine, like both Arthur's knights. I think, if not the other way around. And they have a few scenes in that movie where they have this kind of like don't really get along kind of tension banter, even though they're like on the same side, you know. And so people were like, oh whoa, the people got into Hannibal, they were like, oh whoa, they were in a movie together in the past. And then they watched King Arthur and were like, I kind of ship their characters in King Arthur together. So then people were shipping their characters in Hannibal together and their characters in King Arthur together. And then it became, what if we just take other characters that they've played and ship them together? Like, not characters they've played in the same movies, characters they've played in completely different medias. So, like... Fuck. I off the top of my head, I can't think of enough examples. I mean, I've seen people shipping... it's still happening. Like, so Hugh's character on Law & Order now, with Mads' character from some, like, show he did where he was playing, like, a cop, so that they can have this, like, cop-lawyer romance. People ship Hugh's character Charmont from Ella Enchanted, which, yes, Will Graham, some of you might have seen Ella Enchanted, he's the little prince. When he was a baby, he was the prince from Ella Enchanted. Ship him in Ella Enchanted with Mads' character of One Eye from Valhalla Rising, where he's this big stoic mute Viking. Which is, it's what I haven't seen another fandom do that. Where they're like, hey, why don't we take, like, I don't know, like, what's like another, like, mainstream ship from a different fandom? I don't know. Like, if people who ship, like, Dream and Hob from Sandman, if they were to take other characters that Tom and, I forgot Hobbsite's name. Oh no. I picked them because I was so sure I could remember their names. Oh no, I feel terrible. Shit. But like if they took those actors and picked like characters they played in other media and shipped them together. I haven't seen any other fandom do that. And also like the Hannibal fandom is like... I don't know anyone who is in the Hannibal fandom and does not ship Hannibal or doesn't ship something. There's not really a non-shipping side to the fandom. But that's also because, like, the creator supports it to the point where, like, Brian Fuller... I fucking love this man. Has, like, straight up, which you might also know, what other shows? So he did a little show called Wonderfalls. No one other than me has seen Wonderfalls. It stars a very Baby Lee Pace, and some of the cast who later end up being in Hannibal. After that, he made a little show called Pushing Daisies, which is adorable. If you've ever seen it, it has Lee Pace, as Ned. He likes to bake pies, and, he also has the power to like bring people back to, like dead people back to life when he touches them. It's like a little comedy show, like a little comedy romance thing. He can bring people back to life if he touches them, but then if he touches them again, then they're dead forever. So he like brings his girlfriend back to life, but now they can't touch anymore, so they have to like hold hands while they're wearing gloves, and they have to like kiss through like plastic film. And then he made Hannibal, which was very different from all the funny romance comedy he'd been doing. But he's like, so, thank you for the hydrate.
Hail, Prince.
And the posture check. That actually made me realize I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll hydrate in after I do that. Oh, I definitely need to stretch though. Let me stand up. Well, hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for all the redeems. I definitely needed the stretch. Oh boy. But when I say like, Brian Fuller supports people shipping, like his characters to the point where he owns fan merch of those characters in romantic situations, and he like has had them in the background when he's done like video calls and streams before. Okay, I'm gonna go BRB and run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Oopsie, I missed saying bye to Galactic Library. But bye! I have water. I went to the bathroom, I got more water, and I got a little snack. I don't know how I feel about trying to give him the bedroom eyes. It doesn't feel very in character for him is all. Why? But now's not the time, virus and threat protection. Thank you. But hi Nova. Please don't type in sentences that aren't English in chat. I don't understand anything that's not English, and neither do my mods. Bye. Welcome in. I hope you had a good week. Oh, that is 45 Celsius. That is not. I'm glad you're somehow still alive. I would be not. Let me mute my microphone while I open this. Axel, thank you so much for the first time chat. I know this isn't your first stream though. I don't know what 47 is in Fahrenheit for Fahrenheit people. I mean, it's way over 100 Fahrenheit, but I don't know more specific than that. I don't know Fahrenheit. Oh god, you've been having a lot of power cuts as well. Tuesday was 47, no fan, no AC. No. Physically, if you stop my students in the class, I feel them generally dehydrating. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. It's like 116 Fahrenheit. Yeah, kids should be going to school in that. Oh, you've been trying to get into chat this whole time? Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you finally got through. I have it for the, I have like double verification for chat just cause there's too much trouble if I don't do that, like too many bots if I don't do that. I get yelled at by the school, but I don't care. Yeah, it's like, school shouldn't be forcing them in. Well, I'm glad you can talk now. Oh no, I feel bad. I'm glad you got in. I'm glad it let you in. No, you're not stupid. It's okay. I still keep putting art fight in the title of the streams, and yet I'm like haven't even managed to get to the art fight stuff because I'm still doing like YouTube art today. It's there as a counter so that I know, hey, why aren't you doing art fight? I'm like, cause I was like sick this last week, and then you don't really have the motivation to do art fight. And now this last week I was kind of sick, and then this week it's con crunch time, and then I'm gonna be at Comic Con, and so then I can't do art fight when I'm at Comic Con. So I whoopsied myself into a corner. I mean, no. I mean, I don't know. I could have been doing more art fight. My own personal goal was just to do more than I did last year. I already have done way more in terms of points. I think I got like 400 points last year. I'm already over 1,000 points this year. However, I also want to do more attacks than last year. I did 9 last year. I've only done 8 so far this year. Because I've done more like attacks with multiple characters in this year. My personal goal is just to, I just want to get 10 attacks done, which I can easily do another 2 before I have to go to con. Even if it's just doing little chibis, just... what I wanted to do is do, like... I saved so many pictures of characters that I like off Art Fight, and was gonna go through every person that I follow, every person that attacks me, and revenge them with, like, I'm gonna draw all your characters as chibis, and it's like, that is too much. I know I did that for Bae, I drew like 20 plus characters for Bae, and I'm like, I can't do that again. So what I'm saying now is, because I would like to attack a wider range of people, is each of you only get 2 chibis now, max. That's it. Because I don't have the time to do like 30 chibis, or even like, you know, 10 for everyone anymore. It's nothing way to do. I just got mostly done with my first set. That's okay, Lucio. I'm trying to do some art fight later, because I got stream, and then dinner, and then Julia has a movie night in her Discord tonight, so I'll be there. I don't remember what movie it is. I think, is it Disney's Atlantis? I forgot. It is Disney's Atlantis. Oh, don't worry about being 3 Revenges, but I think I've only got like 2 Revenges done. Because I always focus on attacking who I want to attack first, and then I get to doing Revenges. I mean, because see, the thing is, last year, I didn't really have a plan of how to do Revenges, because last year, the only people who attacked me were Julia and Lucio, I think. Well, not that many different people attacked me, so like... I was gonna draw their stuff anyway. I didn't get attacked by any strangers last year, whereas this year, I've been attacked by more people, both that I know, and also a bunch of strangers have attacked me this year, and I'm like, oh shit. So I don't think there's any way I'm gonna be able to revenge attack everyone. One, some of them, at least 3 of them, have gone against my do not interact and my character missions and the thing, so they're not getting revenged. And then as for everyone else, I'm like, that's still too many people for me to catch up on. Like, thank you so much. I didn't expect to get that many attacks. Like, I think I got 9 last year, and I drew 9. I did 9 attacks myself, and I got 9, whereas this year I've drawn 8 so far, and I've got, like, 20 or something, and I'm like, I can't get... But I make it clear, like, I don't promise to revenge everyone. I want to draw the characters that I saved that are really cool, and then once I get through all of them, I'll revenge those of you who, like, respected my character permissions and DNI rules. Which is most. I mean, it's people being like, I don't like to interact with minors. Because, you know, yes, under Empty Masks, all my content is safe for work, which is what my name is on Art Fight. I'm Empty Masks on Art Fight. Because that's what I do like my art under. But the Vampire Prince, like this and like my ASMR stuff, is 18 plus. For many reasons. And so I'm like, but also I just don't like interacting with kids, and some of the characters I have on Art Fight are my Vampire Prince OCs, so I'm just like, don't draw my stuff if you're a minor. It says it in my character permissions. I don't like, I'm not, you know, I don't want to make friends with people on Art Fight who are minors. I don't want to interact with children. That feels creepy. I'm 25. I don't, you know. But other than that, if you're not a child, there you go. I'll try and revenge you before Art Fight is over, but I cannot guarantee because, I mean, I'm gonna try and do 2 chibis per person now, and that might help get things done quicker, but in a week, I will be, like, gone on, like, holiday, so I've only got a week to draw. I won't be able to do any art fight the last few days. And this week, holiday. Comic-Con! And I am basically, like, crunching the last bits of, like, stuff I need to get done before I leave. I still have, like, 3 props to finish. I've got to prime, paint, and seal 3 props. I've still got a whole nother week's batch of Etsy orders to get out. And, I've got to record a couple more audios, at least like 3, 4, 5 more audios, and get those videos edited and scheduled to be uploaded on YouTube while I'm away. And in the week that I come back, in case I end up losing my voice at con again. So I can't guarantee that I'll have any time. Well, I'll try my best. What I was saying was, yeah, so tonight, stream, dinner. Dinner will be like, I'll have to end stream in like an hour and a bit for dinner. Because I don't make dinner on Fridays. Julia's Discord. I'm watching Atlantis, let me give Julia a shout out. I forgot how to do shoutouts. If you're not following my partner, she's also taking part in Art Fight this year. Let me give her a shout out. I still will get the Minecraft.
The horse has been upgraded.
The non-Minecraft clip. Oh my goodness.
Let me see Debbie baby's horse. Let me see. Oh my god, it has wings now, you guys. What did I say to fly? Fly away, fly away.
I've got the horse, it's called Peanut Butter.
It's beautiful. Jesus, Debbie.
But yeah, so Julius is watching Atlantis. And then after that, Julia was like, I want to draw more. Because Julia's only got 1 attack done so far for Art Fight this year. And I was like, do you want to draw after you do the movie? Do you want to get some Art Fight stuff done together? So that's the plan. That after the movie, me and Julia will be working on Art Fight stuff. So let's see what I get done later. I mean, the plan was on stream, I was going to draw this, and then once this was done, I was going to switch over to Art Fight, but it doesn't look like I'm getting this done. Well, no, I'll definitely be able to get this done on stream. I say. Well, I've done the line art. So I don't think it should take me more than an hour to colour him in. But I might just end stream when he's done, because it'll be cutting it so close to dinner that I don't want to get invested in starting an Art Fight attack and then have to leave and go eat, so... I know for, like, thumbnails I normally give him, like, the bedroom eyes. I just don't know if that suits his personality, I don't know. It's not, it's just not, it's not him. I'm sorry. This is not the best pose I've ever done, this is so stiff looking. Again, this is what you get when you start line art and you do the sketch. The top half's fine, while you're like still asleep. Lucio! Thank you for the resub of 14 months. He was trying to do the whole stream, I'm sorry. There's a couple times with you and Julius when we're gonna— oh no! That's the thing, I was gonna decide, like, is there gonna be like a clear fastening and then open the line out, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Is it gonna like fasten at the back? Is it gonna fasten at the front? think it probably just fastens at the back of this belt thing. As for the shirt, because normally there would be buttons going down the front, otherwise how would you get it on without help? If there was like buttons at the back, that's true. This is the, I really am not happy with the bows on this. My god. This is not my finest work, but it's, I don't got the time to redraw it. It's fine, most of it will get cropped out anyway. So badge changed, it's only been a year. If you have the trans coffin, then it means it's been a year. I forget what order I have them in. It's like brown, black, blue, red, gay, trans. Something I think is the order of them. Sailor Moon music is a vibe. A whole year, Ali. Can you believe it? I don't know how many people have the year badge. Julia, see, Lucio does, but Lucio decides to have the first badge displayed instead. Julia, of course, also would have a first badge, but she doesn't like having the first badge. She likes to see the coffin instead of the first symbol, so she turned the first badges off so she can have a little coffin. Yeah, I think the next badge that you can change is the 2-year badge, because it's like 1 month, 2 months, 3, 6, 9, 12. And then after 12 months, I don't think the badge changes again until 24 months. I have not got a badge planned for 24 months. I don't have to plan that for a very long time yet. I don't know what I do after the trans flag. Don't know how to change that on mobile. Oh, it's somewhere in like your actual Twitch. It's not in like the, you know, at the bottom of chat where you can change like what badges it shows. It's not there. It's actually in your own personal like Twitch settings. You have to dig into your actual settings to change it, which is weird. I don't know why. And also you can't change it for specific streamers. You either have it on for everyone or off for everyone. You can't have it like on for one streamer and off for someone else. Progress flag, maybe. I don't know how that would fit, unless I did it like, because like I don't know how that would look going across the coffin, because it's so you wouldn't get much of the triangle, you know, unless I flipped it and we had the triangle coming down, pointing down from the top. My only other thought was like changing it from like from just changing the color of the coffin to actually like having the coffin open up, but I'm like, that would be too small to really draw anything inside it though. So I don't know. I kind of regret not doing them as pixel art, but when I made the badges, I wasn't doing that much pixel art. If I was making them now, I would 100% do them as pixel art instead. But what can you do? I mean, I know I could replace them, but I don't really want to. I think I did them in Illustrator, so I can, you know. Yeah. I got plenty of time to think about it before 2 years happens, and I probably will forget to think about it, and then 2 years will come along and I'll be like, oh shit, I haven't got a badge made. We all know that's what's gonna happen. Because I mean, I'm still in the process of making like a new VTuber model. I don't have like a set like debut, re-debut. I don't understand debuts and re-debuts. Like I mean I kind of understand that it's like normally it's when someone like shows off their new model for the first time on stream, but normally people who like do that and like call it a debut tend to also like have lore for their VTuber model. I'm like, I don't really necessarily have lore. It's just a model that it's just what I use instead of showing my face. You know, because also like this is just me. I didn't make like an alternate character or something. And like I have ideas for like what I want, like I don't, because obviously all this stuff here was made in like less than a month because I decided to when I was going to stream very close to when I was starting to make the stuff. And I have ideas for like what I want my new overlay to be and stuff. It's just getting to it. But I don't have a date set for any of that, and so it's just taking forever. But when it does happen, I don't know if I'll just be like, oh, new model's done, I'll just start using that now. Or if I'll wait until the overlay's also done. Like, I don't know. Pai-chan, thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. Hello, hello. What did you saying? You caught me. Well done. Yeah, so I don't know about, like, planning a date and saying, like, here's a debut, because I'm like, a lot of people when they debut, like, make it, like, a whole event, and they have, like, a trailer or, like, lore. I don't have lore. And, or, like, do, like, a PowerPoint presentation about this is me, and I'm like, I don't want to I that. I just want to be like, okay, I created my model anyway, moving on. Here's a regular stream, you know? I'm not... While obviously, like, this makes me a VTuber, I don't know shit about VTubers or VTubing. Like, the idea of, like, corporate VTubers is so strange to me. Like, I'm aware of, like, a few big-name VTubers. Like, I know who Iron Mouse is, but, like... I don't really know, you know. To me, I'm like, I'm just a streamer who happens to use a VTubing model, you know? Technically, that makes me a VTuber, but I'm like, I don't know, I don't have lore, I don't have, like, a trailer, I don't have, like... a mascot or something, like, I don't know, I'm interested in getting one, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's because, like, a lot of VTubers, you know, who do have lore, have, like, a straight up, like, not that they're putting on an act when they're on stream, but kind of. Like, they will lean into their lore. If their lore says that they're a demon, they will say on stream, I'm a demon, and, like, talk about, like, hell and, like, what their life is like then, so, you know. Which is fine. I don't know if it's because of my neurospices in my brain. I'm like, I can't do that and keep that up. I can only kind of be myself and, like, say what I mean, you know? I don't know that I'd be able to keep up, like, some kind of act, you know? I feel like I'd forget. Or it'd, like, make me too anxious, and it'd feel like too much like streaming as a performance rather than just me being like, I need to get some drawing done, so why don't you guys hang out with me while I draw? Which is what streaming is for me. And occasionally, oh, there's a new game I really like that's out. Why don't I play it with you guys? Because that's fun, you know. Okay, I'm not done. Yeah, I don't know, that probably makes me, like, not a very good VTuber. But I'm like, I don't know, man. Whenever I see, like, big VTubers, especially, like, big corporate ones, I'm just like... It's not, like, intimidation, it's just, like, a lot of them tend to, like, do stuff that I don't, like, morally agree with. I'm like, I don't really want to get involved with all of that. I don't know. I feel like so many of them have like a specific like vibe or like energy to their streams with like the persona that they put on the stream, and there's nothing wrong with putting on a persona for stream. Like I've thought about it before. I've thought about should I play into like, especially how I am on Tumblr, and like be more kind of a little bit not say so, like a little bit flirty almost on stream. And then I'm like, I can't do it. I don't like it. Like I can do it when I'm acting in like my voice acting stuff, but like while I'm live I'm like, oh. Like, nothing against people who put on a persona, it just feels like something I'm not able to do, and therefore I don't feel like my streams have a particular, like, I don't know. I feel like people follow and like watch me on stream mostly because like they like watch my voice acting stuff or whatever, and then they're like, oh, you know, see more, and I'm not like, that's fine. But I don't know that like I have like a whole like marketing point, you know, like big VTubers do, because they have like a certain personality or whatever. Like, I don't, like, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm consistent enough with my streams, I guess. Did that actually fill properly for once in its life? Normally that brush does not fill in properly. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. I don't think so. So about trying out an image rather than camera, it wouldn't be a character, it would just be me because I don't want to be in camera. Yeah, same. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, yes, I'm not a vampire in real life, holy shit. But other than that, like, I mean, like, this is how I would ideally like to dress. These are all clothes that I own, like... It's a little, you know, it is like a heightened, you know, version of myself. Like, ultimate daydream version of myself, I guess. But, like, it's not, like, it's still pretty much, like, me. It's not, like... And I don't think I'd want to be able to make a VTuber mod that had a completely different body, hair, you know... I don't know. From how I am IRL. And that's not to say, like, oh, how I act on stream is completely how I am IRL. If you watch my streams, then you know me IRL. Like, no, of course there's still, like, stuff that, like, I wouldn't act like on stream how I do in real life because I'm just not relaxed enough on stream, to do that. But, like, it's still not, like, as much as it's, like, you know, everything's always a little bit of a persona, but it's not, like, a full-on, like... You guys get what I mean, you guys get what I mean, like... Because I've thought about it, I'm like, should I, like, play up the whole vampire, seductive kind of character on stream? And I'm like, I get too shy. I'm shy. Like, I just want to be able to relax on stream, and I'm not gonna be relaxed if I'm acting a little bit the whole time, you know? And there's people who are flirting on stream, there's people who are, like, chaotic on stream, and I'm like, see, that, like, and I get why that's appealing, like, I'm fine with, like, watching people like that. But then I get worried, I'm like, what is the good point of me on stream and my streams when it's like... Why not let me... because I'm not hitting E. I'm hitting R. That explains much. I don't know. I feel like... I'm like, I don't got, like, a specific... I don't know, this is gonna sound so weird. I'm rambling today. Like, a specific... That doesn't sound- I'm not saying I don't have a personality, but, like, I don't know. It's like people watch who I'm like, oh, this person's, like, really chaotic on stream, and so, like, I get why people like watching them. I feel like I'm just, like, so low energy all the time. Like, I don't know, if you're, like, someone who, can't stop sometimes rambling about, like, hyperfixations, and going from, like, point to point, because their brain no work sometimes. I shouldn't say that, that's mean. I'm neurodivergent, you know, what can you do? But always tries to make sure, like, I don't know. I'm never, like, high energy, it's just sometimes I get caught in, like, rambling about stuff, and then I get, like, I'm, like, really kind of, like, calm on stream, and, like, if not a little bit low energy until, like, something... or someone asks about something that I'm really interested in, and then I'm suddenly kind of high energy and excitedly rambling about something. and then I just go back to drawing again after going on some stupid tangent. So if that's what you're into... Which... I was gonna say this like 3 different times on stream, so here we go. But I mean, I don't know. So I'm like, but since I feel like I don't have a specific, my streams are very relaxing, or my streams are very chaotic, or my streams are very unsay-so, or whatever, you know, like, not family-friendly. Or family-friendly. I'm not, you know. Therefore, I'm like, I don't know, I just kind of then focus on it being like, this is a LGBTQ plus and neurodivergent safe space. You know. I just try and more focus on that, I guess. And you have to put up with my ramblings. That's the rules. This is my house. You chose to come in. And so... I'm really excited for Sunday. Julia, my partner, was like, can we watch something? And I was like, sure. What do you want to watch? And she's like, I want you to show me Phantom of the Opera. And I'm like, really? Insert skeleton meme of jokes on you into this. Yeah, well, I'm glad at least you guys are fine with me rambling about stuff. Cause, like, that explains the Discord status. You noticed. Yeah. Yeah, that Eric. Ali, that Eric. So, well, cause I guess it's, like, look, when I'm rambling about stuff, like, a lot of the time on stream, I am, like, low energy because I'm tired or I'm feeling really nervous or not in the mood to stream, but I kind of force myself to anyway. But then if I start rambling about something that I'm interested in, that I get, like, I genuinely feel happy. Like, that's what it makes me feel happy to ramble, so. Okay, so which version? Because that is an important question. So, we're talking Andrew Lloyd Webber musical to start off, not book or movie adaptations of the book. Julia has only ever seen the movie version of the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical that has Jared Butler in. I'm not here to shit on the movie. I personally am like, you know, it's okay. It's not my favorite version. But I'm not gonna shit on anyone who, like, likes it. Because I'm not gonna shit on something that someone likes. There's nothing, like, quote-unquote problematic, you know, about it or anything like that. It's not like that. It's just like... It is what it is. It is what it is. My only actual, like, pet peeves with it is, like, how shit they did Eric's deformity and, like, how it's not consistent in the movie. Like, I personally don't like that version. But the costumes are still nice. I actually really like the tension between Eric and Christine. I think, like, their tension in Point of No Return is honestly between, like, Jared and the actress who plays Christine. Emily Rossum, is better than some of the stage versions I've seen. So, like, I'm not, it's not, you know, it is what it is. I personally prefer the stage version. The first version of Phantom I saw was the official recording of the 25th anniversary concert, which was done in London with Ramin Karimloo as Eric, Sierra, don't know how to pronounce the surname. I don't know if it's Bogus or Bodges as Christine, and Hadley Fraser as Raoul. Desmond, hello, welcome in, I hope you've been well. I hope you had a good week. I'm distracted and rambling about things today, while that's what today is. And crunching to, like, get last minute artworks done before I leave to go to Comic-Con this weekend. Not this weekend, Jesus, not tomorrow, but next week. I'm drawing an OC of mine, because for anyone who doesn't know, that I do, like, voice acting ASMR stuff over on YouTube, both fandom characters and original characters. And this is one of my OCs, so I'm currently drawing him for a YouTube thumbnail. that because it needs to be done. He's fucking. I'm running behind. He's a vampire. I love him. He's my new comfort character. His name's Ellis. I love him. He's a very soft, a little bit shy vampire. He looks like a tiger, because he is Desmond. So his whole thing that like when he was human, he was like a Christian priest, but since becoming a vampire, he's quote unquote pagan. Like, if I use that word, that's what people understand, but you know, pagan in itself is not always a correct word to use. So that's why I say quote unquote. So he still kind of has like the priestly garbs, but he, is not particularly of any particular religion. It's just kind of leftover relics from when he was human in his church. Now he's like converted into a library and like a sanctuary. Yeah, Tired Gay got auto-modded. Auto-mod being silly. Well, we can say Tired Gay around these parts. The reason I prefer it is I like Erica's Barton rather than a 10 on Christine's masquerade dress. The costumes in the movie are pretty. I mean, I do really like Christine's masquerade dress in the stage version. I love the little star princess dress. Kids are not allowed to be tired. Apparently not on Twitch they aren't. But I was rambling about Phantom of the Opera. Because my partner asked if we could watch it on Sunday. Because she's only seen the movie of the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical that has Jared Butler in as Eric. So the first one I watched was the 25th anniversary. I love it, you know, and I think whichever Eric you watch first, you're always predisposed to that Eric being your favourite. If you watch the movie first, you probably, before you ever watched like the stage version, you probably love Jared Butler as Eric. If you watch the stage version first, whoever you saw on stage is probably going to be your favourite Eric. I watched the 25th anniversary concert DVD first. Ramin Karimler is one of my favourite Erics. That's just how it goes. Whoever you watched first is always going to be like... No, Desmond is okay. I personally don't like the movie. I would never shit on anyone for liking the movie. I don't think it's cringe or stupid if you like the movie. Whoever you watched first is always going to be your Eric. Accept it. You know? That's just how it goes. Especially, like, the young you, especially if you were a teen when you watched it. You know? Especially if you were a teen when you watched your first version of Phantom of the Opera. You're stuck with that man now, I'm sorry. Personally, I ain't got like Broadway money. Oh, well, I hate to tell you this, Desmond. So Phantom of the Opera opened in London in the 80s. I don't remember exactly what year. I know, I'm a fake fan. And then Broadway. And both of those productions have been open since, like, Phantom of the Opera is actually the second longest running musical over here, because over here Les Mis opened a couple of years earlier. So Les Mis on the West End is the longest running musical in the UK, and also the longest running musical anywhere in the world is specifically the UK production of Les Mis. Phantom was the longest running musical on Broadway. I'm sorry for anyone who didn't know. It closed a couple months ago. It's not there anymore. So... RIP, Broadway Phantom. But you don't gotta have Broadway money because the 25th anniversary concert was filmed in the UK. You can get it on DVD or like stream it somewhere or like probably download it somewhere, you know, like for no money. They filmed it professionally. There are, you can watch the 25th anniversary concert, and it's a better concert production than some. It might do. I'm hoping, since it closed on Broadway, that they're gonna tour it again. I will say that I don't like the tour staging of Phantom. I love the original staging. Beautiful. The tour staging is like a little cheap looking to me, but that's just me. So, in terms of, you asked which version am I going to show my partner, because she's only watched the Jared Butler movie. We went through a lot of options, because here's the thing. I collect musicals. I'm into... Don't report me. I'm into musical trading. I collect bootlegs. And the typical way that is done is not by uploading things and calling them slime tutorials on YouTube, but by like trading and getting gifts from like people and stuff. So I have Julie was like, can we watch Phantom? I was like, what version? She's like, well, I don't know. What versions do you have? And I'm like, I have 99 videos. I went and looked. I have 99 Phantom of the Opera videos and 107 Phantom of the Opera audios. So you take your pick. And she's like, well, which one do you think is the best? I'm like, okay. So I went through like my favorite Phantoms with her, because obviously, because Ramin is the first one that I saw, that's who I'm by. Look. Oh, if you think, I don't think Phantom's the musical I have the most copies of. I just want to point that out. Which, also I haven't been collecting any over the past 2 years, because I filled up my hard drive and was waiting to get like, I filled up my external hard drive that they're all stored on and was waiting to get a new one. I got a new one for my birthday this year, so I'm still in the process of like transferring everything over, and then I can start collecting again. I have a problem. Overall, I have like, I have like a counter on the top of my like trading dock thing. I have over 1,000 videos of them. Problem. I think I probably have more videos of Elizabeth Das musical. I would assume. Because that's my favourite musical. I have 105 videos of Elizabeth. And I have, oh, I have 122 of Tanz die Vampire, so there you go. But the Mason Park is, yes! Yes! I did hear. So Mason Alexander Park, you might know, is playing, oh god, my brain, Desire in The Sandman, Netflix's Sandman. They'd actually played MC before in Cabaret in like a smaller regional production or like a tour, I'm not sure what it was. I don't know if they're still in the West End cast. I think they are still the current West End cast, but yeah, that they come over to take over the role and play MC again, and I'm like, oh, that would be, that would be so cool to see. But I personally like, I'm like, I would love to see the current West End production of Cabaret, you know, before it goes anywhere. It's not planning on closing anytime soon. Also, it is getting a Broadway transfer, so if you like the current West End production of Cabaret, it is coming to the US. I'm too scared to go, because the way that it's done is a little bit immersive, and immersive stuff makes me too anxious. I don't want a cast member to interact with me. I will have a panic attack. Please don't even please don't even make eye contact with me. So I'm too scared to go to see Cabaret. I think I would be uncomfortable seeing Cabaret. I would love to, like, if they recorded it, I'd love to have my hands on it. I have an audio recording of the cast when I opened, because they didn't do a cast album, but I do have, like, a bootleg audio of the opening cast, which was Jessie Buckley as, Sally and Eddie Redmayne as MC. There are videos. I will say there are videos out there. I just don't have any. But I would go see, I think I would go see Cabaret, but I just know for me personally, immersive stuff where it's like the cast could like look at me or even like interact with me, I'm like, no, thank you. I mean, maybe if you sit far enough back, because the way that the current production of Cabaret done it kind of has like a circle staging and seating. And like the front rows are actually seats with tables, where you can pay, like, if you pay, like, for the most expensive ticket, you actually get served food and, like, wine and stuff. No, thank you. Like, I think I'd be too uncomfortable watching that, but I would happily, like, watch a recording of it. Immersive stuff makes me too anxious. But it's a beautiful production. I love the look of the production. It won a lot of Olivier Awards, which is like our version of the Tonys. Anyway, Phantom. But that's so cool that you got to meet Mason, though. Yes, back to like what version. Don't sit on the alley, see cats then. Oh boy. So again, we're talking about what version am I showing Julia. So she was like, well, who are your favorites? And I was like, okay, so I was like, the easiest first way to get into the Stage Phantom is to watch the 25th concert. The 25th anniversary concert, it's not like if you've ever seen the Les Mis concerts where they're like in costume, but they just come to the front of the stage and sing directly into a microphone. Is boring, right? Like, they don't get to look at each other, they don't really get to properly interact with each other because they have to just stand at the front singing into a microphone that's on the stage rather than actually be mic'd, you know, on the heads. I love them as concerts, but they're fucking boring because of that, you know? Whereas the Phantom concert, they're properly mic'd up, they're in costume, they're interacting with each other, there are set pieces, they are not just walking to the front and singing into a microphone. It is like watching the stage version. However, it's just not exactly the same staging. So the concert is like, they're still set pieces, they still bring the boat out, they still like have like chairs and tables and stuff like that, but they don't have the big set pieces like the Masquerade staircase. But they bring out like the smaller pieces of sets, and then instead of having the regular backdrops, they have like a projection like digital screen behind them. But it's as close to the stage version as they could possibly get without actually filming it in the theatre, you know? So, I think that's a fine introduction, but I was like, because here's the thing, I wanted to take Julie to see Phantom in person, and I purposely hadn't been showing her any video recording of it because I wanted to take her to see it. You know, so I was like, I wanted her experience to see it first time to be like in person. But because, like, we're having to put off, like, when we can meet in person for the first time again, because we're a long-distance couple, I was like, okay, if I show you Phantom, will you be that, you know, are you that bothered? Like, if I showed you a recording, would you still want to watch it live? And she was like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, that's all that matters. Oh, Cats is, like, stage record, yeah. That's how to properly do a pro shot, is to, a good pro shot, a good filming of a musical is, like, the Cats, or, like, Into the Woods' pro shot, or Come From Away, or the Hamiltons, you know, where it's like actually filming the stage, you know. And we're talking about like the 1998 Cats recording, we're not talking about the movie adaptation, to be clear. So I was like, well, would you want to watch the concert version? It's a lot like the stage version, but it is missing a few, like, key bigger props. Like, the elephant. I had no idea there was a fucking elephant. I've seen Phantom live, I should point out. So I saw the concert recording on DVD first, and then I saw it in the West End when it reopened after COVID, and, like, the first week that it reopened after COVID, I saw it on the Friday, so that was, like, Holly Ann Hull's first performance as the alternate Christine. I want to go see it live again. I'm glad that I will have an excuse eventually, and also maybe even to see it a third time if Lucio comes over. Because I was so anxious. When I went to see it, it was the first time I'd been down to London on my own. I mean, I met up with a couple of people there, but I was travelling down on my own. And I hadn't ever got a train anywhere on my own before. And I was so, like, scared that I was gonna miss the trip. Like, I went down, we were watching it, and then the following morning I was gonna get the train, and I was so anxious about missing the train that I blacked out. So sometimes, like, if I get really anxious and start having, like, anxiety attacks, I can black out. Not pass out, just black out. Like, I don't slump over and fall over. I'm still fully conscious. I just, like, my vision goes black, and I'm not taking in any new memories, and then I'll come to and be like, I have no idea what just happened for the past 5 minutes. And that happened a couple times. It happened during All I Ask of You. I vividly remember it happening during All I Ask of You, because I remember the song starting, and then I like came to, and I was like, oh, we're very far into the song. Because I was just so anxious about potentially missing my train the next day, because I'd never taken a train on my own before. So I'd love to see it live again, so I don't black out during All I Ask of You. And it's okay if you haven't seen Hamilton, it's fine. So I'd love to see it again. Oh, goodness. Also, the West End cast I saw, Killian Donnelly as Eric. I didn't actually really like him as Eric. For me to like Eric, I need to want to cry for him, you know? I need to feel heartbroken for him. Killian's I didn't. Holly Ann Hull as Christine is adorable. Reese Whitfield is the best Raoul. He's so, like, I already... I'm fine. I'm not a Raoul hater. I'm not someone who's like, Christine should only be with Eric and Raoul sucks. I'm like, I ship her with both. Like, I ship all three of them together. I don't give a shit. Like, why not all three? Christine's got two hands. Eric and Raoul could literally get along. A baby kiss. But there's a lot of people who don't like Raoul. But I know so many people who normally don't like Raoul who went and saw Reese and was like, I kind of like Raoul now because he's just so sweet and like a little bit goofy and constantly trying to like cheer Christina up and make her laugh. He's so fucking cute. He's not in the cast anymore, I don't think. But like you can find like clips of we're watching Padomio of so in the UK every summer there's this event called West End Live. In Trafalgar Square in London. It set up a little stage and like different musicals that are currently playing on the West End and touring the UK come and perform a couple songs for free for the crowd of whoever shows up to Trafalgar Square, which holy shit, they kind of I don't know if it's like it's free, but the problem is like they let way too many people showed up this year. It was so packed, it was ridiculous. They're lucky that there wasn't crowd crush. And they always film it and put it on YouTube. So you can always see pretty nice clips. Oh, Phantom of the Opera, West End Live. And I'll try and find, the clip is... So I saw Holly Ann Hull, who at the time was the alternate Christine. She played Christine on, Fridays, whereas the rest of the week Lucy St. Louis played Christine. Lucy St. Louis is now no longer the main Christine, she is now the main Glinda on the West End as production of Wicked. Holly Ann Hull is now the main Christine. As of right now. Killian Donnelly is also no longer playing Phantom. I don't know who's now playing Raoul, but it's not Reese anymore. Killian is no longer playing Phantom. I think it's John Robbins at the moment, who's most known for, like, being Jean Valjean over here. Don't quote me, but it might- I don't know if John's left yet. That's who the cast was most recently. This is a very long-winded way of me answering the question of what version of Phantom am I showing my partner. Wicked was the first show I ever saw live. Wicked, like, so it makes me, like, I've got a very soft spot for Wicked. Let me turn off Sailor Moon. So... Oh. God, they're so cute! Both of them are so cute! YouTube won't let me pause. That's a problem. I was gonna turn up the volume for you, but, like, the little bar at the bottom where I can play and pause stuff isn't responding. I didn't want to play it yet. I wanted to pause. Hang on. Fucking hell. Okay. I want to be able to raise the volume. So... Bleh. I guess I'll answer the question first. So, So that's the versions I've seen, but then I've also watched a bunch of different bootlegs. Ramin will always be Ramin Karimli will always be one of my favorite Phantoms, because he's the first one I saw. And also, so he played Phantom, he played Eric on the West End here for a few years, and then he did the 25th anniversary concert. He's been in, Les Mis over here as both, like, an ensemble member, and then Honduras, and then I think that's it over here. He was Jean Valjean. I don't know if he's been Jean Valjean over here. Maybe. I know he's been Jean Valjean on Broadway on the second revival of Les Mis. And then and then he was in the Broadway, he was, what the fuck is his character's name? The soldier guy in the Broadway musical Anastasia. And currently, I think he's still in it. He's currently in Funny Girl on Broadway with Lea Michele as like the main guy. I don't remember the main guy's name, but that's what he's doing right. Well, no, that's not where he is currently, because that's what we're going to talk about. So he was in Funny Girl on Broadway. As of right now, he's currently in Italy playing Eric in Italy's first production of Phantom of the Opera. It is an English language production. It's the first time they've had Phantom over there. I don't think it's replica production. And I've been hearing clips of him. Holy shit, like, I didn't think, like, he's already, like, I like him as Eric. Some people love him, some people don't like him. I personally really love him as Eric. I'm biased. His voice as Eric, like, someone on TikTok uploaded, like, a comparing his voice in 2011 when he played Eric to now in 2023 as Eric, which it makes me so happy that he's playing Eric again. His voice it's, like, matured so much, like, and not that he was, like, 18 or something when he played Eric before, but, like, how much his voice has improved, and it wasn't bad before, but it's, like, insane listening to it as, like, oh my god. The guy who played Raoul in the 25th anniversary is in the film of Les Mis. Yes! So, Hadley Fraser... So, another thing. For the 25th anniversary of Phantom, Ramin Karimloo plays Eric. Hadley Fraser plays Raoul. IRL, those two actors who play Eric and Raoul are best friends in real life. One of them, literally, one of Hadley's kids is named after Ramin. They've done a lot of little concerts together. They're adorable. Hadley, bless it, I recommend you watching compilations of the two of them. Hadley has this bad habit of forgetting lines to songs. There's this one clip of the two of them trying to perform Empty Chairs and Empty Tables. Ramin gets so, like, affectionately fed up with it. And there's, like, if you watch the 25th anniversary, I can never watch the All I Ask of You in the 25th anniversary without laughing, because, like, so here's the thing. Both the actor who played Eric and Christine had done Phantom of the Opera before. Hadley, who played Raoul, had never been in Phantom before, and he didn't have a lot of rehearsal time before he was like, okay, here you go, you're playing Raoul. And he was like, yeah, if you look at me as I'm holding Christine before, like, as the music for All I Ask of You starts, if you notice me looking like just kind of like far away or like panicked, like kind of like look in my eyes, it's because I 100% thought I could not remember the first line of the song. He does. He remembers it and he does sing it, but like he's like inside his head in that moment. Like I can't watch the 25th without every time I get to that scene thinking inside his head right now he's thinking, oh shit, I can't remember the words. Bless him. But yeah, Hadley is like in the ensemble in the Les Mis, like the 2012 movie, the movie with Hugh Jackman. Him and Ramin have both been in Les Mis. Hadley has played Javert. Ramin has played Valjean. I don't know if opposite each other. I can't remember. But they have played opposite each other in Les Mis. In the 2012 25th anniversary Les Mis concert, Ramin plays Honduras and Hadley is playing Grantaire. And, you know, a lot of people ship those two characters, and it's very easy to ship them when they're played by Ramin and Hadley, because they have such good chemistry. Fucking Hadley, my god. Like, I love watching compilations of Hadley and Ramin. Like, I love watching compilations of Michael Ball and Alfie Boe, who are both also musical theatre actors. Alfie Boe comes from an opera background, and he's also played Valjean in Les Mis on the West End and Broadway. Michael Ball has, you know, Aspects of Love is the thing that made him, but when he was younger, he was Raoul in Phantom. If you're from the UK, you know who Michael Ball is, you know. And the two of them started doing, like, this concert tour, like, every now and then they go on like, concert tours together, and they always act up. Like, the point of their act is that Alfie is like the grumpy one and Michael's like the cheery one. But they fucking, like, when they were at the 2019 concert for Les Mis, has Michael Ball as, he's the original Marius from Les Mis, Jesus Christ. But he's playing Javert, and Alfie is Valjean. And the fucking behind the scenes, the two of them are just, like, teasing each other all the time, or, like, Alfie will say something mean about Michael to tease him, and then immediately, like, crack himself up and start laughing and be like, I can't say that. They're adorable. Oh my god. But so Phantom, right? I'm not gonna get this thing coloured before I end stream. That's where we've gone to. So I've watched plenty of it. Ramin is one of my favourites. My other favourite is Ethan Freeman. You might know, he does a lot of German musical theatre. He was the original Luigi Lucchini in Elizabeth. He's been in, like, productions of Jekyll and Hyde over there. He's played Phantom in Germany. But before he played Phantom in Germany, in the 90s, he played Phantom on the West End. And I love Ramin, but I think Ethan makes me cry more. Ethan Freeman is a lot of people who are British who got into Phantom by watching it first. Ethan Freeman is a lot of their favourites. If you went to see, you know, Phantom in the 90s over here, you probably saw Ethan Freeman. Oh, he breaks my heart so much. Like, a good Eric makes me want to cry, and he makes me want to cry, so... Like, to me, a good Eric has got to make me want to cry, and I've also got to think he's fucking pathetic. Especially, like, in the, when Christine takes off his mask after Music of the Night. And he's all like, you know, faking to hate, like, you could love me, and he's like crawling on the floor towards her on the stage version. I've gotta see him as like the most pathetic little gremlin. That's what makes it for me. So my favorites like Ramin, Ethan Freeman, and I also really like Jeremy Stoll. He's gotta be the saddest little meow meow, exactly, Ali. Jeremy Stoll, like the main Broadway Phantom that everyone loves is Hugh Panaro. Desmond! Have good food! So Hugh Panaro was like the longest running Phantom on Broadway. That's most people's favourite Phantom if you've seen on Broadway, but I personally haven't ever watched a bootleg of Hugh Panaro. I assume he must be good for so many people to like him. When Phantom closed, and during the last few years, the main Phantom was Ben Crawford. I haven't seen Ben Crawford either. No relation to Michael Crawford, they just have the same surname. But during the last few years, Jeremy Stoll has been like the main understudy for Eric. I love him. He's so sweet as Eric. Oh, he's like, he's one of my favorites. Like, understudies need more love, honestly. Like, he's so sweet. He's so sweet. And on the West End, like the last few years, I genuinely prefer James Gant, one of the understudies, over Killian Donnelly. What can I say? So that's my favorites. So Julia was like, I showed her the content, she was like, she's like, I kind of want to see the stage version. She's like, I kind of want to get to see the actual staging. And I was like, okay. I have a lot of Phantom bootlegs, but I'd rather show someone like the West End London production first, because that is the original. The Phantom staging was built specifically for Her Majesty's Theatre, which is now called His Majesty's Theatre, which is fucking stupid. I don't get why they needed to change the name of the theatre just because we have a king now anyway. And, you know, I was like, well, these are my favourite Phantoms. And she was like, okay, well, let's watch one of those. Let's watch for Ramin or Ethan. I only have one good recording of Ramin and one good recording of Ethan. The Ethan one's pretty washed out. The Ramin one's fine. It's from like 2008. But I was like, and then I showed her a clip of the concert version. I was like, see, if we watch the concert, you can see their faces and you can see all of the stage. So we kind of looped back around, because I was like, well, the concert version, it makes the most sense. And she's like, I want to see the staging. And I'm like, okay. You're not going to be able to see all of it, though, because, like, the bootlegs aren't the best quality, you know. So after all of that, we looped back around to, we're watching the 25th concert. And then I was like, we'll watch the 25th, and then afterwards, so at a later date, we can watch a bootleg so that you can see the full set. And she was like, okay. That was a really long answer. Look, I just want to show you guys Reese now. Because also, I made a post on Tumblr once being like, if I was going to pick someone as a face claim for Victor, I did like... I put pictures of Reese. Some people on Tumblr only know who the fuck Reese is because I made this little edit with him as Victor, and they were like, "Who is this?" And I'm like, "Oh, these are some guys playing role in the moment on the West End." I just think he's neat. Oh, Victor is in Arcane Victor. I should have specified. I thought you guys would know. I only have one Victor in my heart. Victor is in League of Legends Victor. There's some pictures of him when he had his hair longer, and when he has his hair longer, I'm like, oh, it's just Victor. Like, some roles I think can come across a little bit too serious and a little bit too harsh, and I think that's what puts people off, and they think Roll's like an absolute asshole. I'm like, you're meant to like him, though. I think it's just Andrew Lloyd Webber doesn't like him, is the problem. But you are meant to like Roll. You're meant to, like, understand why Christine is torn. Some people hate Raoul completely and are like, actually... Like, these moments where he, like, throws his arms out and Christine starts laughing, I'm like, he's purposely acting goofy to try and cheer her up because she's scared out of her mind right now. But, like, some people really hate Raoul with a passion, and I don't get, like, if you prefer her with Eric, that's fine. You don't have to, like, make up shit about why Raoul's horrible, like... does he do so- he like, the only asshole move that he really makes is, like... telling Christine, yeah, no, you don't have to be bait for the Phantom, and then I'm going, oh, actually, Christine, can you be bait for the Phantom? Like, that sucks of him. He shouldn't put her in that position. But, people who go on around about actually Raoul's more abusive than Eric, I'm like, no, he's not. I'm sorry. Like, I feel like that's what people forget. Raoul is like her childhood best friend. They've got history that we haven't seen, so she is already more likely to, like, say yes to him because she's like childhood sweethearts, you know? She's got these memories with him that we haven't seen. Whereas, you know, which Eric also doesn't understand, to be fair, I don't think, but, like, I just think Reese is a really cute role. But, like, people who go, like, around about how Raoul's more evil than Eric, I'm like, Eric kidnapped her multiple times. What are you talking about? Like, in the musical, Eric's first kidnapping of Christine is only for one night. In the book, it's 2 weeks he has her locked down there. It comes across way more consensual in the musical. In the book, it's very much like, he kidnapped her for 2 weeks, and she had to stop pretending to like him in the hopes that he would, like, let her go. And in the book, like, when she takes off his mask and he freaks out, he starts, like, dragging her across the floor by her hair. Like... In the musical, obviously, he doesn't do that. In the musical, it kind of depends on the actor playing Eric. In the musical, some Erics are way physically rougher with Christine than others. And I personally don't like when they are more physically rough with Christine. I don't like seeing that, you know? Like, it's, you know... And, no. But, like, I don't know, if we're going on an argument of, like, Eric Christine girlies who are, like, Eric girlies who are very much like, Raoul deserves to be killed. He's like the one, I'm like, you okay? You know, it's okay to just not like Raoul. You don't have to, like, make up shit about how he's probably abusive behind closed doors. Like, yes, Love Never Dies exists, but, like, fuck Love Never Dies. If you don't know what Love Never Dies is, Andrew Lloyd Webber ships Christine and Eric so much that he made his own fanfiction Phantom of the Opera sequel that he made into a musical. It did very badly. It supposedly takes place 10 years after the Phantom of the Opera, because Christine now has a child who is 10 years old. However, Andrew Lloyd Webber seems to think that 1910 takes place 10 years after 1880. It doesn't. That's not how math works. And it's like, it's his own fanfiction of what if Eric and Christine slept together during the events of Phantom of the Opera and she gets pregnant and then she goes off to America with Raoul and has the baby and they pretend it's Raoul's. I'm sorry. At no point during the plot of Phantom of the Opera is Eric ready to have intimacy. This man is so touch-starved. I mean, he cries and crumbles just from someone kissing him. He's not ready there's no way. Yeah, and so then the plot of Love Never Dies is also, Eric then is also alive and follows them over to America where he sets up his own circus on Coney Island. Look, if you like Love Never Dies, I'm not going to pick on anyone. Personally, I think it's kind of sexist. Like, what it does to Christine as a character, what it does to Meg, just removing all agency from them and making them both just, like, batshit insane in love with Eric, obsessed with Eric. They both need, like, him. I'm like, no. And he makes Raoul, like, an abusive alcoholic husband. For some reason. But it, like, it's regardless of, like, the boys, it removes all agency from Christine and from Meg. Like, it makes Meg also now in love with Eric. I would never pick on anyone for liking anything. I don't got a problem if someone likes Love Never Dies. These are just all I ask in return is don't have a problem with me for not liking it, you know? Andrew Lloyd Webber's wild, man. He's like, I don't want to know what goes up in his head. I don't think I've got time to colour this in before the end of the stream. Off topic, I'm excited to finally loaded my first art fight to art fight. You did it! Have this you did it music. This is very aptly very celebratory. Probably have like 10 minutes before I need to end stream. Is it in Discord? You drew the pretty boy. Who is the pretty boy? Julia has an OC called Bellino. Is this Bellino? Yeah? She has an OC called Bellino. I have a little bit of a crush on him. He's so pretty. It's really unfair. I don't know if Julia's picked, like, whenever I tell Julia that Bellino's really pretty, I don't know if she picks up that I basically have a crush on him. I don't know if she's noticed or if she just thinks I'm complimenting her character design. But, like, no. I won't share you Attack on screen if you don't want Lucio, but I at least am gonna show what Bellino looks like. I've drawn Bellino 2 or 3 times. I keep drawing him in slightly spicy positions because I've got a problem. So this is Bellino. This is Julia's OC. Go for it. Oh, I clicked off it. No, it's fine. We'll just go on Julia's page. So we have the drawing I did of Bellino last year. He's like a little gangster boy. This is the drawing I did of Bellino last year. For Art Fight. And then this is the drawing I did of Bellino this year for Art Fight. Because apparently I can't draw him with his shirt closed. And I gave him like the Morticia Adams like eye glow lighting. And then this is the drawing that Lucio just did of Bellino. I see why it's taken you so long. This is Lucio's drawing. Painting, I should say. Of Bellino. What the fuck, Lucio? What the fuck? And the fucking lighting from the cigarette? What the fuck? The fuck? Don't feel bad that it took you halfway through the month, more than halfway through the month to get your first attack done. Are you kidding me? Julia's still at work at the moment, but she'll see it. She'll see it, don't worry. I did a baby Bellino is also in the chibi pile I did. I need to do another chibi pile for Julia because she's uploaded more characters since I drew this one. So I gotta go back and do more chibis. Oh, I should check. Have I got any more attacks done since I last saw you guys? What was I drawing? Yeah, okay, so last week on stream I was drawing Cam's chibis. I finished them. Off stream. They're all done. And then I also did... I'm trying to do, like, attacks by, like, if I draw them in Magna with the pixel art brush, I get stuff done way quicker. It's so less stressful for me. And I'm just kind of sketching them out and they're not taking me a whole day, just like a few hours to do a drawing, which is great. So I also did another group attack drawing, but it's a bunch of different people's Welcome Home OCs. So we have my boy, Vlad, Casey, which is Shy's Welcome Home character, Onyx's Welcome Home character, I don't remember everyone's name off the top of my head, Cardinal, Ty's character, and then these two are like people that I don't know. And I was just like, I want to attack some strangers as well. So the Centaur is by someone. The Angel is called Heavenly, they're by Jeff the Witch. And Clover is by Orion of the Stars. So it's just a very quick little sketch of a bunch of different people, just because I wanted to get an attack up, and I wanted to draw a bunch of Welcome Home OCs. I would love to be able to revenge everyone, but there's been so many this year. Like, what the fuck? And once Art Fight is over, I will add them to my little fan art showcase things. At least the ones that, like, I know are not from minors. And especially the ones of, any of my Divine Prince OCs, like, Ambrose. And Cyan. Ambrose and Cyan got a lot. I think, who is the tally? Who's had the most? 1, 2... Let me 2 of Vlad? I thought there was like 3. Okay, 3 of Vlad. 1, 2, 3 of Drew. 1, 2, 3, 4 of Ambrose, because there's 1 on the characters included in screen that has Ambrose in. That person doesn't have their age listed anymore. Ambrose might be winning with 4. 3 of Mercutio. 1, 2, 3 of Satin. 1 of my Transformers OC, 1 of Vlad. Ambrose is winning with 4. Ambrose is the most popular this year. Oh, and 1 of Silk, because Silk's in that drawing too. We'll see. I think Ambrose won last year too, because he got 2 drawings, where everyone else just got 1. Fucking every year, Ambrose is winning. Good for him. And Ambrose is a close second. You may enjoy this art that Lynn's did then. Where's the drawing that Lynn's did? I'm still crying over this. Look at this. Lynn's, what the fuck? Is that... I think on his little tail, which he has, I've just never drawn it because I'm lazy. He doesn't have it out all the time, he can choose whether or not to have it out. Like, he can choose whether or not to have the ears out. He just chooses to. But like, if he needs to go full disguise mode, he can. I haven't drawn him in wolf form because I'm late. I can't draw anthers very well. I was gonna say I'm lazy, I'm like, it's not that. I haven't... The only wolf I can draw, I've only learned how to draw 1 wolf. And that is Death from Puss in Boots. That's all I can do. I can't draw a different wolf. I can only draw a wolf if it looks like Death from Puss in Boots. With his long ass snout. I want to draw him more. I haven't done a death audio in ages because, like, when I did the first one, I thought, oh, this is getting popular. So I did a second one, and the second one did not go down well at all, and I'm like, oh. There are characters that I'm gonna bring back. Lots of people have been asking for Sorrow to come back, and people have been asking the narrator to come back, so I do plan on doing those 2 things at some point over the next couple months. As well as new characters, new OCs. How many new fandom? I've got like 2 new fandom characters at least on the list to do for the next couple months. I tend to always have like 1 to 2 months of videos planned in advance. Not recorded, but at least planned. Apart from obviously the Patreon stuff, because I gotta wait for requests to come in. But obviously at the moment, there's gonna constantly be more Ghost and Miguel because there's the 2 that are like holding up my channel and getting me getting me my bread at the moment. So there'll at least be 1 Miguel and 1 ghost audio every month. Don't worry, Ali. Just because there hasn't been a ghost audio yet, there will be by the end of the month. So there'll be at least 1 ghost and 1 Miguel audio every single month at the moment. I always try and do at least 2 original character audios every month. Or at least 2 non-fandom things every month. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. I've got like 2 new characters lined up for like over the next... I've got the rest of July's and all of August's videos planned out. There's at least 2 new characters in there. I think just 1 new OC. Which is this boy. Why didn't... Oh, because it's not closed up here. There we go. I'm trying to think off the top of the head. Want to bring Sorrow back? Because surprisingly, people keep asking all the time, like, is Sorrow coming back? I'm like, oh, fuck, why do people want him? And then I go back and I look at the amount of views the Sorrow audios have, and I'm like, oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, he should, huh? I'll bring the narrator back just to see how it goes to do a third one. In terms of, like, the old regulars used to be... The current regulars are Miguel and Ghost. The old regulars used to be Loki, Steven, and Victor. I'm not dropping them. I still want to at least do one of each of them every 2 months. I don't know if every month is going to happen, considering I want to be able to do other stuff as well. But at least every 2 months there will be a Victor, a Moon Knight, and a Loki. Or Bucky. I think I want to try and do Loki every month because he's always quite popular. I know there hasn't been a Moon Knight one in a while. Don't worry. People have been asking to have like a solo Mark audio, so we'll see how that goes. People asked for it. I'll try it. People have also been asking for, like, more audios with both Steven and Mark, and I'm like, you don't understand. I gotta lay something out. When people are like, can I have a video where both Mark and Steven are talking to me? I'm like, no. Because that's not how DID works. Like, when Steven and Mark are, like, talking to each other in the show, no one else can hear that other than Steven and Mark. Like, when Steven is fronting and he's talking to Mark and can hear Mark's voice in his head, only Steven can hear that. And, like, if Mark wanted to, like, talk out loud to someone else, him and Steven can't just, like, I'm not gonna talk about DID over this. Him and Steven can't just, like, switch every other line of dialogue. Either one of them is fronting or they are co-fronting, in which case it wouldn't be it would be like a jumble of the two of them. It wouldn't be like, it'd be like a blend of the two of them you would hear. It wouldn't be like Steven says a line and then Mark says a line and their accents immediately switch and everything. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, the only way that you would be able to actually, like, the listener would be able to talk to both of them at the same time would be magic, or if they were, yeah, all in the afterlife in the duat. The one audio I've done where they both show up is Steven is fronting and has a panic attack, and so he switches out for Mark because Steven is having a hard time coping. Mark fronts, and I tried to do it as accurately as I could for someone who doesn't have DID. Look, as much as Moon Knight's not bad representation, it is inaccurate in terms of how quickly Steven and Mark switch out. In reality, when someone is, like, switching, in real life, it's not like, snap of the fingers, I'm someone else now. It's like, they're dissociating. It's called dissociative identity disorder. When someone switches, they are dissociating. After they've switched, you know, and someone else is fronting, it's very much like they're gonna be tired, they're gonna be, no memory of what it was, just likely no memory of what was happening. So they're gonna be confused, they might not know where they are, or what's going on. They're gonna be tired, it's mentally exhausting. So, as much as, like, I think even in the audio I did, Mark kind of gathers himself together maybe a bit too quickly than what would be realistic. It's not as quick as what happens in the Moon Knight show. Because it's not accurate for that to be able to happen in real life, and as much as it's accurate to Moon Knight and to the Marvel universe, I wanted to be more respectful. So, like, when Mark switches in, he's kind of groggy, doesn't know what's going on, but he at least understands, like, oh, listener is upset and crying, I want to help, you know, like. But I don't, I don't think I'd ever do an audio where they're both there. You know? Like, I might, maybe, another one where it's like, it starts off with one of them and then they switch out, but it just isn't possible for them to both, I don't know if people would want, because I don't know. So, yeah, they would both be there if you were in the afterlife with them, but I'm like, that's a little dark, isn't it? To be like, you can talk to them both, because you're all dead! Like, you know? I don't know if that's gonna be a happy meeting, you know? So I don't know if there ever would be an audio with all of them. Even if someone if someone wanted to commission me and was like, I want them both to be there because you're all dead, I'd be like, okay, I guess, okay. But if, you know, I probably wouldn't do that, like, as a public audio or something, because I'm like, that feels like you're all gonna be pretty traumatized at that point. You know, unless people are like, you know, because it's like, I don't know. There's no way in reality that you'd be able to go into someone else's, like, mind to be able to see their, like, inner world. I don't know. I've seen some fics where people like, but Khonshu can magic you in there so you can all be together. I'm like, okay. I still don't want to do that in an audio, though. I know people would really love an audio where Steven and Mark are both communicating with each other, but I'm like, if I were to do that, the listener would have to, like, not be there. Or, like, there but be unable to hear what one of them is saying, you know? And I don't know how I would make that, like, really apparent. So, like, because I don't know if I don't remember, because this is what I think. I improvise my audios, so I don't fucking remember what I've said in them. There might have been moments in some of the Steven and Mark audios where I acknowledge that, like Steven acknowledges that Mark is there, and is talking to him, but I don't actually voice those lines of Mark's. Because it's meant to be listener POV and not Steven POV, you know? If that makes sense. I've been on to do more audios where there are two characters on the screen, they just take longer as well, like doing more Ambrose and Arden stuff. Because I have to script those bits, you know? Because I can't... Otherwise the conversation would make sense. Like, if I improvised Arden's lines and then went back to fill in the blanks with Ambrose, I would be like, I can't really improv completely because I've got to go off whatever Arden just said, and I'd be like, oh shit, it's not the Nightmare one, it's in like Mario Kart. I don't remember. What I remember making is at the end of one of the audios, the first time I alluded to Mark is like, I just had like one line at the end of an audio where it's implied that it's Mark saying it in my very bad American accent. And then obviously... Yeah, I mean, with the Arden Ambrose audio, what was scripted was like... I can show you guys what was scripted. Was not the entire audio. Especially because I'm like, I don't know how to script an entire one-hour audio because I don't know how fast I talk. So I can't accurately say how many, you know, if I write a whole paragraph thinking, cool, that's about 10 minutes of dialogue, and then I go to say it out loud and oopsie, I said it all in 2 minutes, you know? This is the whole script. That's it. That's the entire script. All I had was notes of Arden's awake making tea, go have a drink with him, and then you go back upstairs. So all of the stuff at the beginning with Arden, before he goes into Ambrose's bedroom, is all improvised. And I recorded Arden's part first because I knew it was starting out with Arden on his own. So all of that up until going into Ambrose's, until Ambrose wakes up, is improvised. And then once Ambrose is waking up, I'm in my head imagining myself saying the lines as I'm imagining Ambrose saying the lines and pausing. And then just saying Arden's half. Up until, Rose says, like, this little teasy, like, we'll stay in bed for a few hours and then after we wake up we can stay in bed for even more hours. And that's as much as was scripted. After that, I continued improvising as Arden. Sometimes, like, including improvising more dialogue between him and Ambrose. Just imagining, and I was like, boy, when I go back to record this as Ambrose, I hope I remember what I said. Then went back in, recorded the script bit as Ambrose, and then just kept the audio running, you know, making random solo improvised bits as Ambrose, because Arden's already fallen asleep. And then, like, the whole Squishmallow conversation, that was improvised as Arden first. So then, as Ambrose, as I'm listening to this, I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck, I gotta improvise a reply, and sometimes the reply I would improvise doesn't make sense then with what Arden said next. I'm like, this is why you script things. So I just had to listen to what I'd said as Arden first, and then plan out what to say as Ambrose, but... yeah. I know you guys probably can't read the script, but just so you know, when Arden is like, Ambrose, we're here to sleep. We came back to sleep. Rose's, like, to indicate that he was gonna make a pout noise here, I just typed a sad face. And the way Ambrose is R in this script, because both of their names begin with A, which is annoying. Luckily, Arden came up with a nickname for him, so Ambrose is R in this script. But yeah, as a screenwriter, it's supposedly like 1 page equals 1 minute, doesn't always happen. Yeah. The one was a single line page in the Hobbit turned into the whole. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not aware of like how, I know I talk quite fast, and I think I talk faster when I'm reading from a script than when I improvise. I can't accurately judge, you know, how long it takes me to say something. I'm wondering if dinner should have been ready by now. I don't smell food. And normally, because my dad knows I stream on a Friday, normally he texts me to be like, dinner's gonna be ready at this point. Bye, Ellie! I mean, I'm almost done. Sometimes if they feel like it's too warm, they don't like to cook, which is fine, and they have salad instead, but then it's like, I need to be told so that I can get my own food. Give him some eyeballs. Julia seen? Julia saw? Hee. Julia needs to learn that she's created a heartthrob. That's what happened. It's like, my character Vlad, who's not one of my audio characters, he's from this, like, monster boy band series of characters I have, which are characters based off... It started because, so back when I was in my Phantom of the Opera brain rot, which is coming back if you see my Discord status, because I was watching Phantom of the Opera clips last night trying to pick out what we were going to watch with Julia. My Discord status is like, Eric is clawing his way back into my brain, I think is what it says. Like, I have... Like, just in front of me right now, I have a Phantom of the Opera plushie I bought, a Phantom of the Opera plushie I made, and a Phantom of the Opera plushie that I designed and had someone else make, because I was going to sell them and then it didn't work out. Oh, and a fourth one that I made. My longest and biggest hyperfixation, like, interest overall is European musicals, German musicals, but, so in 2020 is when I got into, like, Elizabeth and Tansy Vampire and German musicals, and then I watched Phantom of the Opera for the first time. And, saw people on Tumblr making Phantom of the Opera OCs, like, just characters of their own who work in the opera house, and I was like, that's really cool. So I made my own, and tagged the other people who'd inspired me, like, hey, I hope this is okay, you know, I made one too. And they saw it, and one of them, who you might know as Cam, Atom Gecko, made a Discord, was like, and invited anyone on Tumblr who'd made like a Phantom of the Opera OC, and it was really fun. That Discord is still there. It's not too active anymore, but like, it was nice having like having friends and making friends with other artists, and we would draw our Phantom of the Opera OCs interacting with each other. And it fueled my brain to make a lot of Phantom of the Opera art, both of my Phantom of the Opera OCs and also of Eric and Christine and Raoul, both of the musical but also based on the book, and getting really into other people's like different movie versions of Phantom of the Opera and all these different versions that exist, and also other artists' own original comic versions and other versions of Eric. And Cam had made like a punk Eric. So I made a Visual K J-Rock Eric, inspired by Cam's punk Eric, so they could be like friends. And then ended up making a whole band around him, and now they're like a whole OCs with their own story. With Eric being the lead singer. Eric and Vlad are both on Artfight, if you're curious about them. And Vlad is lead guitarist and based on Dracula. And Julia has such a crush on him. It's really sweet. So, all of that is to say, like, how Julia is about my character Vlad. I hope she knows that that's how I am about Belano. The only art fight time Julia's done this year is for Vlad. I don't know why she likes him so much. It's very sweet. I mean, Vlad is sweet. He's not an asshole like Book Dracula. He's inspired by him, but he's not him. Vlad's a single dad. He's Eric's oldest friend, or one of Eric's oldest friends, which is like... Which means, Vlad and Daroga, if anyone is familiar with, like, the actual Phantom of the Opera book, because Daroga is... in the book, Eric has a friend, his name's not Daroga. Daroga, is like, was his title, because he's Persian, and when he was in Persia, he was like a police chief, which the title for that was Daroga. We never know his actual name, because Eric just calls him Daroga. It's like calling someone, like, a captain, you know? He's Eric's friend. Can you believe it? Eric has a friend in the book. What? And he's so tired and done with Eric's shit and helps Raoul in the end of the book. Like, a good portion of the book is told from his perspective, like the last few chapters are from his perspective. And he helps Raoul get Christine back and get through all of Eric's weird fucking booby traps. And he isn't in a single adaptation of Phantom of the Opera. Like, in one of the movies, he's kind of there, but he's the only character of color, in the book, and he's not in a single adaptation. The only nod to him in the Andrew Lloyd Webber stage version is the fucking monkey music box, dressed in, like, Persian clothing. I'm like, that doesn't count. What the fuck? Conjure the whole ass man into a decorative monkey. Well, Punjab Lister, yeah, because it's implied that maybe Eric spent... Well, either Eric learned that from Daroga, or maybe they met because Eric spent some time in Persia, we don't know. The whole, Eric spent loads of time in Persia, blah blah blah, is actually from a book called Phantom by Susan Kay, which is a fully published book, but it basically is fanfiction. Like, it's her own fictional backstory for Eric. Because in the book, you don't actually get the backstory on Eric. In the musical, Madame Jiri basically takes Daroga's place. Madame Jiri exists in the book, but she doesn't, like, help Raoul and, like, tell him all this information. The one thing I don't like about the 25th anniversary concert of Phantom, there's a scene where Madame Jiri, like, basically takes Raoul aside and explains who Eric is. And, like, oh, he was deformed at birth, he got a bad, blah, 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 you know. All that backstory stuff. That's not in the book. Andrew Lloyd Webber made that for the musical. And, it wasn't in the musical originally either. Eric was kept as this mystery until the 25th anniversary concert, where they added in that line where she pulls Raoul aside and just explains shit for no reason. People think it was maybe added in to give the ensemble and the crew more time to do, like, a set change and costume change. But since the concert, that's actually now in the stage version. If you go and see it on stage, there's that bit where Madame Jiri pulls Raoul aside. I'm like, that gets rid of some of the mystery. But I will say, when I watched the 25th anniversary concert, I think maybe dinner's ready. It is. So I left hand stream. So one of the things though, let me pause the music because I can't talk fast while the music's on. What was I gonna say? The whole Punjab Lasso bit, that whole bit I could not understand what the fuck she said. I watched the concert twice and I couldn't understand what she said, and then I watched it live and I'm like, I still don't know what she's saying. Like when she's like, it's the Punjab Lasso. Because like Punjab Lasso is not a term that I have in my vocabulary, so when she said it, I didn't understand what she was saying. Because when Raoul's asking, why do I need to keep my hand at the level of my eye? And she's like, it's the blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I can't auditory process what the fuck she just said. So it wasn't until then I went back and I watched it again with subtitles on or something, or I saw, like, the script. I was like, oh, now I understand the whole keep your hand at the level of your eye. I've watched Phantom 3 times and didn't understand it. The point is, like, if anyone ever, like, puts, like, a rope around your neck, here's a tip. Keep your hand, basically, she's telling Raoul to keep his hand at the level of his eye, keep his hand up around his face. Because if someone, like, lassos you, or, like, puts a rope around you, and gets you around the neck, if your arm is already up above your neck and your face, then you can just, the rope can't tighten, because Eric's known to have this lasso, so she's telling him, hey, Eric could sneak up behind you and lasso you around the neck at any time. So if you keep your hand up, keep your, like, hand flat against your eyes, if he lassos you, he can't pull it tight around your neck and choke you, because your arm is also caught in there too. And you can just grab it and pull it off your head with your arm that is caught inside it. That way you can't get choked. And I'm like, oh, fucking, that's what she said. Jesus Christ. Like, I just could not process that line of dialogue for so long. I need to end stream, but I want to show you guys something first. So, like, just so you guys know, I just want you guys to know, if you go see Phantom of the Opera, you too can buy Beric. I called him Beric because Cam calls theirs Beric. It's a bear, and he's Eric. It's the best piece of merchandise that's ever made. If you go to see him, if you go to a theatre, this is official merchandise. He's such a good boy. This is Beric. Everyone has to know. He's such a good size for cuddling too. And like the cape's really nice. Like the inside of the cape has the like, this is still the logo for Phantom of the Opera, this mask, right? That's not even the mask Eric wears in the musical. That's what they planned originally for him to wear, and that's what they made for the logo, and then they were like, wait, actually, let's change it to a half mask so we can see his face more. I just want people to know about the shit that I make. Cam also made, like, what if Eric was a Pikmin, and designed Eric as a Pikmin. So I made a plush of if Eric was a Pikmin. I made 2 of them. Cam also has the other one. This is what I spend my free time doing. He's jointed as well. For the niche people who like Phantom of the Opera and Pikmin, he has like a little tailcoat thing on his bag. Whoever out there likes Phantom of the Opera and Pikmin, this is for you. God, if I move this boy, so much is gonna fall down. But just so that everyone knows, like, this is how far my brain rot ran. I haven't made any Phantom stuff in the last year, but before that, like, so not only did I make 1 fan plush, I made 2. Hello, I made the monkey music box into a plushie. This is what happens when I get brain rot. He has a big old tail. He's got little peats. And he's got his belt. And he's got his little waistcoat that I made actually too small, so you can barely see it. It's really too small for him. So it's all like bunched up at the back here above the armholes because it's too fucking small. I fucked up. And his little head with his little sticky out bits. Who needs to pay like £500 to have an actual music box in Phantom of the Opera, because those things are fucking expensive. Like hundreds of thousands of pounds, when you could just make a you can just make a monkey. Or you can make a Kickstarter and design and then get people to make prototypes of Eric Roll and Christine plushies and have like over 100 people say that they'll buy them and sign up to like get notified about the Kickstarter, and you're like, cool, this will definitely go well then, because I only need 50, and then the Kickstarter comes out and only 12 people actually follow through, and so the Kickstarter fails, and so you never make more. So they never got sold because the Kickstarter didn't get filled. So I have the only one of these. People sometimes ask like, where did you get that? Can you buy it? I'm like, nah. Not enough people were interested. So he's the only one in existence. And then his mask comes off. My little guy. You can take his jacket and his waistcoat and his pants off too. I don't know why they made the pants removable. He has a matching Christine and Raoul that I based off the 25th anniversary. He's just a little guy. That I based off the 25th anniversary in terms of, which you can tell purely based on that eye colour, because I did them to match the eye colours of Sierra and Hadley. Okay, I have to go run now. Let's see who we can raid before I get completely shouted at. And all I've got left to do is like add blushing to this guy's face. If there's no one I know online, I'll just have to end because I don't got time. We're just gonna end stream. Oh, but we could raid Desmond. Okay, we're gonna raid Desmond. Before I get shouted at. Desmond was in here earlier. If someone could tell him that I had to run to get food. That would be very appreciated. If you guys would come over to the raid, if you also have to go, that's okay, but it means a lot to be able to help out with the raid. If you're all subscribed to me, you can copy and paste the second message. If you're not, you can copy and paste the first one. I will see you guys tomorrow. Mwah.